All right, we are live. All right. So to start off, we have a themed song, and yeah, so we'll get to that.
There will come a soldier who carries a mighty sword. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will tear your city down. Olay, olay, O Lord. There will come a poet whose weapon is his word. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord. Olay, 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 O Lord. He will slay you with his tongue. Olay, olay, O Lord.
It's just nice head bopping music. How you like that for editing skills?
I was trying so hard not to do this during that song because, perfect.
Yes, and I thought it was fitting to do this song, since.
Yeah,
I want to start with the damn intro.
Yeah. Didn't you ask me? You gave me two choices, and I picked that one.
I did. Oh yeah, another song. I think I'm gonna do that for a different.
Hold on.
Episode. What?
Pardon my French for just a second. Fuck you, train. Sorry, there's a train going by.
Okay, let's get started. Hi.
Yeah, Katie, I should have warned you. This is what I meant by shenanigans.
Yes, this is what. So, welcome to another episode of Films and Fans with Kaylee. Today, I'm once again joined by Alex. Then we have a special guest, Katie.
Hi.
And this is actually our first time meeting.
Yeah. We follow each other on TikTok.
Yeah, we follow each other.
Exactly.
We're part of the same Discord servers, so yeah. So, yes, we're going to be talking. Yeah, so I asked Katie to join us as she's the only Librarians fan I know. Yes, I'm drinking black cherry soda and Benihana. See if I can. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So yeah, welcome to another episode of Films and Fans with Kaylee, and we're going to be talking The Librarians, brand new series, we're both fans of, which is why I asked Katie to join us. Because why not?
This is freaking hilarious. It's freaking hilarious because this is actually the show that I found Christian from, with the Librarians.
Yeah, for me it was Leverage. What was it for you, Katie? Was it Leverage or Librarians?
Yeah, for me it was the Librarians. I
Librarians,
was 8 years old when I started watching the
Oh,
show
wow.
years ago.
Yeah.
And then I kind of went
I was
back and
10.
forth watching just, reruns whenever I could. And it was like, I keep on telling my dad, like, you remember that show we watched with about magic artifacts in a library? And he's like, yep. And I'm like, that was a good
And
show.
I could see why someone would be drawn to a show like this. It's like magical escapism.
It literally is. I actually got my Aunt Mare hooked on it. Just a little bit.
See, that was with Supernatural for me.
Yeah, and then like my brother and I would watch an episode or two, sometimes 3 a night when it was on regular TV. And then I found the movies later on after I finished the whole damn show.
Yeah. I had been wanting. I started watching The Librarian.
Movie number 2 sucked for me, honestly. It was just missing something.
To me, that's part of the
personal opinion. Yeah.
I'm under the philosophy as someone who enjoys film and media that there are some movies you look at them and you can tell that they're designed for awards. No, they're designed to go to the award shows. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there are some movies you just watch to have a good time with some popcorn and a drink.
I was like, where the fuck is my mini Starburst?
Alright. Let's actually get started. So yeah, we're going to be talking The Librarians, Season 1, Episode 1, and The Crown of King Arthur. So, a bit of a summary for this episode. I forgot to. Sorry, I am all out of order today. So first, I'd like to thank our sponsor, navco.org, our parent company, navco.org, our electrical consultants, westpasystems.com, and to support the podcast, you can go on Ko-Fi, which is Films and Fandoms, and buy a coffee. So, yeah. Yeah, so talking to the Librarians, Season 1, Episode 1, and The Crown of King Arthur episode summary. So, when NATO Colonel E. Bergens to Librarian Flynn Carson, I said Finn. Flynn Carson. She ends up getting recruited into the world of the library, and the first mission together is to save the remaining potential librarians from being killed. The director for this episode is Mr. Dean Devlin. Once again, love-hate relationship with that man.
Who knows this fucking podcast exists and has promoted it. Sorry in advance, Dean, for shenanigans that are about to happen.
Yes, apologies. And the writer for this episode is Mr. John Rogers. So, yes. And this episode aired on December 8th, 2014, which I believe, and it's this, the 10-year anniversary of when the first Librarian movie was released.
I have that as a note. Yeah, exactly 10 years difference between the two.
Hold on. I got a Quest for the Spear. Yeah. No, wait.
It's exactly 10 years.
2004. Hang on. Yeah, it's December 5th, 2004. So close enough. But
it's almost exactly a decade apart, which is freaking hilarious.
So, wait, does that make? I'm trying to think. That makes Noah Wiley or Noah Weil. He will find out plays Flynn Carson, one of the longest. Like he played, he's up there with like played characters the longest.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's a decade in between, and then maybe 14 years by the time season 4 is done.
Yeah.
In between,
Pretty awesome.
So, yeah, that's up there. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive. I mean, that's also up there with like, I'm just, yeah. So, sorry, I'm scatterbrained for some reason today. So, get into the episode. So we open in Berlin.
Like this, because I did something stupid and I hurt myself. My fingers are hurt.
Oh yeah, because you had burned yourself. You had burned yourself cooking your sandwich. Sorry. You're like really jittery to me for some reason. But carrying on. So we're just rolling. So we open in Berlin where we see a group of NATO soldiers led by Colonel Eve Baird. He was played by Rebecca Romaine. Lovely actress. As they enter warehouse, there's also a group of yes. And one of them is arming a bomb. One of the goons is arming a bomb. So Baird takes soldiers in. They take out some of the goons in a gunfight, but 2 of them run off with the bag, so Baird follows him. Not telling the team, though, that she's running after.
Oh. Yeah, she doesn't tell her team what the fuck she's doing.
She just sees them and goes. She just...
Yeah, that's how you get yourself killed.
Mm-hmm. Or end up in this situation that Baird ends up in. Like,
Yep.
She even like... So during the chase, when she's going after the goons, she drops a full story onto the ground to continue chasing them because it's like they're at like a lower platform and she's above, so she drops down to catch up. Which is, I just realized it's the same thing Alex Walker does on Almost Paradise in Something Walker This Way Comes in the final fight.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just remembered that.
And it's what Parker does every fucking episode. She jumps off of shit.
She does jump off.
Literally, Parker in a nutshell.
That's my boyfriend's nickname for me is Parker, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our running gag. 20 pounds of crazy.
5-pound bag.
Come on. Yeah. Yeah, baby. I'm sorry. I have to make her finish that quote.
I know. Shit. I had coffee at work because I was tired and my manager offered me coffee and it was like Folgers. It tasted like burnt shit, even with half and half.
Yeah, I finished my last cup of coffee like 2 hours ago.
That's probably why I'm scatterbrained.
This is my coffee. This is all I need.
Yeah, I'm like shaking now.
Now I got black cherry soda. That's anyways. Back to the episode. So during this chase scene, she manages to corner the goons who drop their guns, but the bomb is beeping. Which means the timer started, essentially. And Quiz
Yeah, it's
Bird's
like,
like, why is that beeping? Like, do I really want to know the answer? Kind of.
yeah.
thing.
My response, like, she's like, why is that beeping? I'm like, I don't want to know. Run.
Yeah. Run. That's what that means. Run.
Or if you're a bomb disposal person, run to it to dispose of it and stop it from going kablooey.
Mm-hmm.
Remind me, why does Dean love to blow shit up?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Dean, answer that question. Why the hell do you like to blow shit up?
No, actually, for once, he doesn't blow shit up.
That's
This
true.
episode, he doesn't blow shit up.
That is
Keyword,
true.
yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yet. Or is that John Rogers likes blowing shit up? Because that's the other common
Both of them.
denominator.
It's the Chaos Twins working together. They love to blow shit up together.
Maybe. Conspiracy theory.
John Rogers and Dean Devlin like blowing shit up.
Answer the question. Is it just one of you, or is it both of your crazy asses together?
Or do you just enable each other? Like me and Lon.
Us.
Do we not enable each other?
Oh, it's bad. It's worse than Quinn and Elliot together.
Mm-hmm.
We're worse than that.
Want to tell him about last night?
Oh, fuck. No. I ain't doing it. Hell no. Hell to the no. You do it.
You know what? Actually, no.
I ain't
I'll
doing
save
it.
that story. I'll save that story for later because it's better later. It's better later.
Okay.
No, Flynn's entrance. Going back, Flynn's entrance is probably the freaking most hilarious entrance.
I know.
He's basically just tumbling down this like furnace thing and just pops
Yeah.
up like,
And he goes, what the hell?
"Hello."
Where am I? Oh, there it is. And his outfit.
His outfit is like a combination of the 10th Doctor and the 11th.
Yes.
Doctor.
And his mannerisms are like the 10th Doctor.
Yes.
Tea.
Well, Flynn's totally like ADHD, autistic.
Also, by the way, TARDIS.
Oh. Mhm.
I had to.
Yeah. Yeah, so as I kind of said earlier, Flynn Carson is being played by Noah Weil. Of course, what's funny is Baird's like pointing her gun between Flynn and the two goons. Like which one do you use, the bad guy here? But what's funny is Flynn goes up, he sees the gun, he's like, oh, don't mind me, I just gotta find the of Sumatra.
Exactly. He's like, don't mind me. I'm just doing what I'm
I'm
doing.
just gonna mind my own business in the other room.
Like, don't shoot me.
I'm
just the messenger.
I'm gonna nope right out of the situation.
I'm
Bye.
gonna get the fuck out of here. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Exactly.
For a genius, he's a freaking idiot.
They freaking all are.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's a
little
common theme going on.
It's family entertainment.
Yeah, you can. I hate you.
Remembers
Yay!
Ezekiel asking Eve if she's into kinky crap. Sorry, that's later.
I'm sorry, but tweeted, what's up with family dynamic? librarians leverage. He's like, I'm a family.
Look, see, we're like really cutting out. See, I don't know what it is, but you're like really cutting out. Alright, so
There, is that better?
I think a bit, yeah.
Okay.
So let's let's carry on. So of course Baird's just confused the whole way. But then Flynn starts rambling, and like going into the history of it, saying Teutonic Knights had stolen it had it during the Crusades, and then the Nazi occult division stole it, which was a real thing. Feel free to Google that in your own time. But yes, that is a real thing, and they stole a lot of priceless art. We hate them because they mostly destroyed all that priceless art in artifacts. So, yeah, you suck, Nazis. So Flynn enters a room, and I think it's kind of like a storage room because he finds like a huge box. And there's also some like Nazi symbols to symbolize that it was like a German bunker kind of thing. But this huge box has a magic lock on it.
Of course it does.
So he's rambling and trying to solve the puzzle, and Baird's still confused. And Flynn freaking pulls out a stethoscope at one point. Like, I mean, I guess that is a old school safe cracking technique.
Parker does the same damn thing too.
She does.
I just realized that.
Can you imagine? Well, that makes sense because Parker was trained by Archie, who's like an old school thief, and that's like an old school technique. But can you imagine if season 3 of Redemption, if Parker's teaching Harry safe cracking?
Oh.
And they bring out the stethoscope.
Oh.
And what if he goes something along the lines of,
This feels
"This
familiar."
feels familiar. Yes! Gene, make this happen, please.
That would be, oh my god, that would be epic.
I mean, I've had that happen in my redemption fic with my OC, and she's like, wait a minute, this feels familiar. And it was referenced to Old School Leverage season 2 in a thing, and it was awkward.
All right, carry on. And Flynn also has a piano tuner. If you don't know what that looks like, it's basically like 2 forks, and you tap it, and that's how you tune a piano. And Flynn accidentally sets off a trap because like this dust cloud form and then dissipates. But he is way too calm, saying that they basically have 3 minutes before the opal turns every dead corpse into zombies.
I didn't write this down, but there's 2 things that came to mind. One, it looked like that sarcophagus sneezed. And 2, the King Tut curse. When the archaeologist opened the tomb there was a giant puff of air and dust that came out, kind of like this. It was similar to this. That'd be creepy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like a giant sneeze.
Yeah. Basically, they're just like, well, make it stop. What's funny is Quinn's like, I am trying. Like, they know each other 2 whole ass minutes, and they're already bickering like they've been married for 50 years.
Yes.
Oh, Bobby Singer. They're bickering like an old married couple.
Like an old married couple. It's just funny. I don't even know. It's just funny.
Okay,
But also
now watching this, my brain goes, Mom, Dad, stop fighting.
Oh yeah. So Flynn solved this puzzle. It's very complex and using like Latin vowel verses, and Eve kind of helps him out a bit. Or no, that's later. But yeah, but he yells. He's like that, like he can't concentrate with the beeping of a nuclear bomb. And Finn's like, okay. She just then freaking grabs the bomb, knocks out the 2 goons. Or no, she doesn't knock him out. She hits one of them. They go to cover and they get in a shootout. But somehow Flynn's able to concentrate to tell Eve how to disarm the nuclear bomb with gunshots in the background. But yet the beeping was what was distracting him.
Exactly. Like, what? Seriously, dude?
Like,
Calm within the chaos.
yeah.
Who does that make you think of?
Alex Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Elliot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna say that one. Totally Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
But like he's helping her disarm this bomb. What's funny is like you see the blue wire.
So don't do the blue.
And she gets going and is like, don't touch the blue wire.
Well,
Like, don't start with don't. Wick.
Alex says the same damn thing with the other TV show Bomb. It turned out to be real. He said the same damn
It's
thing.
the same scene. It's the same scene in Almost Paradise episode 4. Walker's disarming the bomb and Jerry's trying to coach him. We're talking through how to disarm the bomb, and it's the same line of dialogue, except it's the red wire. You don't cut the red wire. It's like lead, but don't.
What?
Mm-hmm.
We get several like cross references throughout the show.
Mm-hmm. So both shows, because you're about to get into another one here too.
Yep.
So Flynn's still working through the puzzle and gets like a piece, like a piece open. Cylinder pops up. But now they're 50% less likely to die. The one of the goons tries rushing Bear, and she just fucking shoots him.
That was kind of badass, I might add.
Yeah. No wonder. I was saying this earlier, how like 2 minutes knowing each other, and they were already like basically about ready to like get down on each other. So Flynn's are like, well, we are anyways. And they work together to solve the last puzzle. The Bear takes out the last goon, basically, because like he goes up to her, pointing in like an AK, And Baird and Flynn's like, I counted like 31 rounds. Like the standard AK holds like 30 rounds in the magazine, 31 one in the chamber. I counted 31, and I did not hear him reload. And he pulls the trigger, and you just hear click, click, and Baird knocks him out. So Flynn secures the opal. And I think Baird is slightly turned on a bit, basically asking how he knew all that. And Flynn, all he says is, I'm the librarian.
I mean, when you hear librarian, you think of like a nerd, pretty much, but
Well,
not
I mean,
something, not like a
Indiana Jones type.
like yeah.
But the rest of Baird's team comes in, and she goes to see where Flynn was just at, and he's gone. And I kind of like the title sequences because it's over the room. It's like the librarians and the crown of King Arthur.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
It is so shiny.
Mm-hmm.
I have crumbs on my bed.
You okay?
I had potato chip crumbs right underneath my legs.
No.
That was the worst.
Ugh.
So yeah. So it's New York. Next day, we see a man walking down the street, and we'll figure out his name is Professor Shayer. And he's paranoid, he's anxious, and he's calling Flynn. Or he doesn't know it's Flynn at first, but he just demands
as the librarian.
He demands to speak with Flynn. And of course, Flynn's kind of concerned, someone knows about the library. But also this guy is being followed by an older guy in a suit and fedora. And then the guy goes inside the Metropolitan Public Library. And he's explaining that he knows Flynn is the librarian and he needs his help. Fucking cat next door. Jesus Christ. Sorry, neighbor's got a cat and it's being annoying. Flynn's concerned because this guy knows about the library, and the guy also realizes that he's speaking with Flynn. And he says he won't remember him, but he's coming inside. And of course, Flynn's word, and then the same guy who we find out who was following him, who we find out is Duloc, kills him by stabbing him in the stomach, saying the crown is his. So Shayer falls, dropping his papers, scattering them, and Flynn grabs one of the pieces of paper, which is a picture of a painting, puts some notes on it, and then leaves. Meanwhile, Baird's walking into her apartment, and she's like trying to explain that like he's like the guy was, or that Flynn is like, he said he was the librarian, not a librarian, and she's being put on a month's leave.
She's basically being put on timeout.
Yeah, she is kind of being put on timeout. She's like, what am I going to do for a month? And we go inside Baird's apartment, and it is basically bare bones. Like, I'm talking, there's a dining table, a couple chairs, and like barely any furniture. And there's only a water bottle in her apartment. Or in the fridge, sorry. It's only a water bottle in the fridge. And then a letter in a white envelope comes underneath her door. And she looks at it, and basically it's like blank, but then it lights up in gold. It's black ink, but it lights up in gold, which is so cool to me.
I was like, ooh, it's shiny.
Me shiny.
Magic.
So Baird makes the connection, or basically this letter is an invitation to join the library. Of course, Baird thinks this may have something to do with Flynn, and because all she says is library, librarian. Like there's that connection there.
She's like,
And these two things are matching up.
yeah, she's like, wait, yeah? Oh. See that connection in her head.
They're connecting the dots.
Yep.
And so Baird, we then see her walking into the Metropolitan Library. You know, she's got the suit on. She's got the low military bun going on. I think she's wearing them diamond stud earrings too. And we and she meets with Charlene, who, if Eve shows her the letter, of course, Charlene's all excited, trying to figure out who, and she's like turning Barrett around, like touching her, because like
really
Eve
fucking
introduced
creepy.
herself as, because Eve introduced herself
Very
as
Parker-esque right now.
Yes. Because Eve introduced herself as Colonel Eve Baird, so of course, she asked what colonel, like what? Sorry, yes.
Why did with Maggie? Why did that scene with Maggie and Parker of just Parker petting her hair pop into my mind?
Oh my god.
I mean, it is kind of similar.
True.
Yep. That's what Eve basically is like, please don't touch me. Like, please don't touch me. But they're in the extended version of this episode. Charlene thinks Eve's a delivery person.
Yeah.
But
like $15.
Yeah, she's like giving her money, or Charlene's like trying to give her money as like the tip, not realizing that Eve's not a delivery person, which you think it should have been obvious because she was in a suit.
Yeah.
And had the low military bun, and she literally introduced herself as Colonel Eve Baird. Come on, Charlene.
Yeah.
Let's put two together.
Like, connect the dots,
like,
woman.
It's like, what drugs are you on?
I don't know, but if it's at the library, it's probably some good shit.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
We all have the giggles.
So, okay, carrying on. So Charlene's kind of going for the toss him into the fire approach, introducing Baird to the world of the library, and is saying how like Flint's going to make a fuss because like he hasn't had a guardian in 10 years because now she's realized that Eve is a NATO colonel. So, she's hit Flynn's guardian. But she also, when talking with Eve, she has that like, oh, you sweet summer child tone.
Kind of like the, oh, you poor stupid girl. You don't know what you're yourself into.
Because Eve's like, what's a guardian? And Charlene's like, what's a guardian?
And she like
she should know.
And in my head,
come on, Charlene.
Yeah, rewatching this.
You've done this before.
My brain went, bitch, how dare you?
Throwing him into the fire doesn't usually work.
Nope.
Sorry, I'm opening up Big Newtons.
And then my favorite little bit of this episode happens just next. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so Charlene has Eve sign some papers. Then it explains what a guardian is, which is basically like a librarian's protector.
Glorified babysitter.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And so Charlene takes Eve to the library, which is where they store magic artifacts.
And it's
Of course,
so
Bear's
pretty.
still trying to process that like magic's real. Yes, I love the library. What's interesting is the shot. So like if this is the staircase, this here's like the library and all the aisles, the maze of aisles. And this is the camera. It like swoops in.
So cool.
Yeah,
So you get that
really cool.
scale of how truly massive the library is.
Yeah, when I first watched that episode, my brain went, holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that look on her,
When I first
in her eyes.
watched
Like,
it, see, when I first watched that episode, I thought they kind of ripped that shot off from Warehouse 13.
yes. I got the same feel because they did the similar shot.
I know
But
that's
it was,
where it's on.
it
It's
was
like,
reversed. It
did
went
they take the same
through
shot
the
from
aisles
Warehouse
first
13?
and then up with
Mhm.
Warehouse 13. They went through and then up. And they were like, this is huge. And it's like, yeah, it's
Yeah,
storage.
but it was a good shot though to show like how truly massive the library is.
And why the heck did it's bigger on the inside pop into my mind?
It is bigger on the inside.
Speaking of which, they have a freaking Weeble box in the archives.
Oh yeah, that's a later episode, Lex. That's a later
No, but
episode.
still, archives. What else do they have there? I want to find out. If this place was real, I would be like running through the aisles, screaming my head off.
Mhm.
Me,
So
totally.
yeah, I honestly would short circuit too.
I
Yeah.
probably would stop and just pet the lions and just be like, "Hi, kitties."
No, I'd be like, ooh, look at the pretty. Ooh, look at the shiny. Books.
No, you don't
Rude.
freaking touch magical artifacts with your bare hands.
I would literally be in the forensic anthropology section of the library. That's all I would be in. I literally would be in that section only, and I would be just reading every book.
I would be in the Irish history section. And
Honestly,
reading
I'd
books
want to
about
look
the
at all
Fae,
the
and I'd be like giggling.
paintings.
And then
I
I would
wanna look
come
at all the
one to
paintings.
where you are, Katie, and be like, what else did you find? What else did you find?
I honestly, I'd be probably by Schrodinger's cat. That's probably where I would be. Because I'm the only one in my family who knows that and knows the whole joke behind it.
Is it-
It's like it's science, literally.
Isn't Schrodinger's cat like?
It's kind
It's a
of,
metaphor for like if you open the box.
it's like kind of like a paradox. Like it's that kind of that pending what if. Like, all right, you open the box, you could be dead. What if the box? You could be alive. You never know. It's like that kind of what if paradox. It just kind of just spirals off constantly.
Okay, so I knew it was something to do with like what ifs. So,
Yeah, it's kind of like that, like cause and effect, kind of, but also tying in what ifs. Like, I mean,
but the cause and effect causes essentially a loop.
yeah. I mean, a show I used to watch kind of broke it down into more of like a kind of different scale of it, but like I still understood, and I'm like every time that joke comes up, I'm like, I just smile and laugh and just be like, yep.
All right, let's get back to the episode. So Shirley's basically saying that like the envelope Baird got is an invitation to join the library, and she welcomes her. And then Flynn just comes in, sword fighting with the floating sword. He's got his tie around his head. And he's, trash talking with Cal.
Which we find out
is Excalibur. The magical sword Excalibur. The one Arthur pulled from the stone.
I love watching the behind the scenes with that because it's an actual person.
Holding it had to be.
Holding a sword.
Well, I didn't watch the bloopers. I didn't watch the bloopers before this. I'll have to do it before the end of the season. Don't worry, I'll watch it.
Laughing every time.
And so, what's funny is like he kind of like nods his head to like Eve, like, and then Cal comes over and goes right at Eve's throat.
Yeah, and she just freezes like, oh, what the fuck?
She freezes. But also, of course, Shannon's like, no, wait, Excalibur. She's here to help. And Eve goes to like touch it, but Flynn's like, no, like don't.
No,
like wounds caused by Excalibur don't heal. The Cal sounds like a freaking panting dog.
I know. I put here. Excalibur's acting like a puppy.
It sounds
it's
like
adorable.
Which makes the next episode so freaking sad.
It does.
And I'll wait till we get to that point. No, I'm sorry, Lex. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, Cal comes back. It's okay.
He better.
He does. He does come back. It's okay.
Oh, we all just got emotional. Bring it.
I know. Over a fucking sword.
I know. I was doing like a library act. And
Katie, are you crying?
A little bit.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. Jesus Christ.
Who's cutting onions?
Oh, come on. Who's cutting onions?
Should we continue on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and then Flynn kind of tells Cal to back off and to go on patrol. Of course, then Flynn kind of being a bit pissy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he's being a brat. He's
being a brat.
Basically, the adult version of the kid that doesn't want a baby. So he's like, I don't need a fucking babysitter. I'm an adult. Sort of.
Yeah, because that's just like Charlene's like, why would you send her an envelope? Charlene's like, I don't send the invitations. The library sends the invitations.
Like, literally.
But it's also in the tone of like, I have explained this to you 50 fucking times already.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need a babysitter. It's like, well, you kind of do. Because you're a dumbass.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Flynn's like, I don't need her. It's being rude. And yeah. But then like he goes off frame, then he comes back in frame, clearance. They're like, I think there's been a mistake.
It's like,
but the whole time Bear has a look on her face of like the audacity of this
and
man.
I'm done. It's like, and another thing.
Mm-hmm. But yep, Flynn apologizes and tells her not to come back as he leaves. And Bear just follows him and like, and you don't tell me what to do.
Literally mood.
And Charlene's already shipping them together.
Like, I kind of was too, and I'm like, this is just already.
On her face, like,
I'm just like, stop biting and kiss already. Like, just kiss and make up.
Or escalate. Hey, there's a reason.
Did I just say that?
Yeah.
I ain't
That's
even
just the
drinking
inside
alcohol.
thought.
This is not alcohol. It's soda. I promise it's soda. Black cherry soda. See? No alcohol. This is great. It's just so funny. It's like, Charlene after that had like written fanfic of them getting together. She's BSing with Judson
Yes.
about like, because like after Judson sees the two of them together, you just know they got together, and it's like they just need to like take their clothes off and just do it, and then it'll be fine. Like we are in agreement here. Yes, we're in agreement.
Or they just need to like arm wrestle to like make it up. Did you need to fight it out, or
Because it is kind of an interesting dynamic though between Eve and Flynn, because they're both kind of they both have like the
they are
I'm trying to
both bullheaded
fuck it.
in their own different ways, but they're also
they both have
dumb
the dominant
two different-
personalities.
two different ways.
Of
Yeah.
I don't need you.
What you kind of
Or
do?
it's basically being like, I don't need you. I can do what I want. And he's basically being like, well, I can do what I want too. So
But you
fuck
do
you
need
for
to.
telling me what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I literally felt those energies. Like,
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Sorry, carrying on. So Eve follows Flynn to the annex and he shuts the door on her, but she ends up going in anyways. And I must admit, the annex is so freaking cool.
Yes.
It has like a long desk with like stuff on it. There's like a couple desks too.
just want to go down that staircase.
Like a staircase with a bunch of books. Like, it's my kind of space.
And then it has like the spiral kind of staircase with like the actual like card catalog going up it. I'm like, I just want to open every single one of those drawers.
Sorry, my mom's in Vegas right now. So she keeps sending me like pictures and stuff of like her in Vegas.
My dad was in Vegas a few weeks ago.
It was funny as I sent her the YouTube video for 7 days. Anyways, so yeah, we're like the annex. Flynn basically also reveals how there's no other librarians, but then Baird sees a picture of Judson and asking if he's a librarian. Flynn kind of explains that he gets kind of sad, but he's like, no, like he was more than that. You know, he was a mentor. Like he found me, he trained me. And he had passed away 5 years prior and was there for him when his mom had died. And he's with them in spirit. And he was like, that's nice. Then freaking Judson pops up in the mirror, scaring the piss out of Eve because she immediately draws her gun. Of course, Judson's like, nice reflexes.
Why?
Like, she'll make a
does
good
that
guardian.
give me like the magic mirror and Snow White vibes.
Dude, yes.
Honestly, it probably is.
That would be awesome.
It's been a long time since I've seen the first movie, so I honestly couldn't tell you if they ever explain it. But what's funny is Eve's looking like behind the mirror to like figure out how it works, Judson makes a crack about buying him a drink first. Like, you dirty bastard. So yeah, Baird's confused trying to process everything. And basically Judson it kind of explains that like a guardian's a librarian's partner and bodyguard, and life of fighting like evil cults. And Flynn interrupts, kind of saying librarians tend to die, sometimes more than once. Must have that Winchester syndrome.
Too soon.
Quite literally.
Sorry.
I hate you.
Sorry.
I'm mad
Sorry.
at you now.
I know.
You up there, Dean? Have a party.
Okay, but what's making it better is I'm listening to music right now, so it's helping.
Okay. Okay. So, carrying on. So, but Judson says that Flynn's gone 10 years without a guardian, and it's basically changed him. Of course, Flynn's minding his own business. He's got a clear board. He's got pictures on it. Like he's solving a case. Of course, Baird's still processing all of this, saying like she has a job and she made an oath. She took an oath to protect innocent people. And Judson's like, to be a guardian. And like she's doing the same thing, just in a different world, which isn't entirely wrong. I mean, it is basically the same thing, just in a different world. And there's only ever one librarian and one guardian, and the library thinks it's Eve. Of course, Flynn's like, you mind? I'm trying to solve a murder here. Of course, Judson's just shaking his head. What? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, screw it. I'll look at that later. So, Judson's just kind of shaking his head. You know, like his point's been proven. And Baird just kind of like cracks her neck like she's getting ready for a fight. Which, I mean, she kind of is. And Baird kind of makes a crack about like how this Dr. Shayer was murdered on the foyer of the library, and yet Flynn doesn't have a single lead. Of course, Flynn's like being Flynn. He's like, I don't have lots of clues. Like I have a cornucopia of clues. You can't figure out how they connect yet. And it's also, and he also reveals that Dr. Shayer was trying to show him something. I was trying to show him the picture of the painting, which Flynn doesn't recognize the painting. Baird then points out that Shayer knew about the library, which is also vexing Flynn. But then Flynn makes a comment, Baird makes a comment about asking if he dropped one of his envelopes. And that's when Flynn has the eureka moment, because he realizes that the library had sent Shayer an envelope 10 years prior, and he was there the day he became the librarian, which is how Shayer would know about the library and Flynn being the librarian. And also why Shayer would say he wouldn't remember him. and and they're looking at a book of all the names, basically a ledger of all the names that were sent in envelopes. As when the next librarian's chosen, not just one letter goes out, hundreds of them goes out. So they're looking at the book, and Baird realizes that the top 10 are between Flynn and Baird. They both deduce that the top dozen or so librarians, like top candidates, are dead, except for 3 who didn't show up. So Baird thinks they could still be alive, but they're targeted, so they got to go get them. Of course, Flynn's still trying to go at it alone. Sorry. What's funny is Flynn slides down on the railing on his stomach like a child. Like, I don't kind of know if Noah probably hurt himself freaking doing that.
Yes, probably. He probably face planted.
Mm-hmm.
Or fell onto his butt.
What's funny is Eve follows him, and it's like, I don't need your permission. Because Flynn's basically saying that, like, he doesn't need her again, and to not follow him. And yeah, so they go to a hospital. Of course, Flynn's arguing that it works better alone, but Baird thinks he needs a partner. And Flynn points out that all of his previous partners had left him and needs to find Cassandra Killian. What?
I work better alone. What did Elliot say to freaking Hardison? You're precisely why I work alone.
You're precisely why I work alone, yeah. And one show only, no encores. Cue 15 years and marriage vows later. He's going to get his boy from space. I really want that to be the first episode.
Yes.
Same.
It's just the Hardison job. And the tagline, let's go steal Hardison.
Yes. Oh my god. Yes.
Oh, even better. Let's go steal as a geek.
Go steal
Oh
a
my God,
geek.
yes.
Oh, sorry. So back to the episode. So as they're trying to figure out where to find Cassandra, we see 2 EMTs coming with a woman who collapsed out of school and the janitor, who turns out to be Cassandra Killian, who is being played by the stunning Lindy Booth. Lovely, lovely lady.
I love her.
So a little fun fact about Lindy Booth. She guest starred on an episode of Supernatural.
Yes. Yes.
And
yes.
an episode of NCIS as well.
But specifically, the episode of Supernatural that she guest starred on was A Rock and a Hard Place. Which, if you don't remember that episode, basically, she's the woman who re-virginizes Sam and Dean. You know the scene where Dean's basically talking about what it feels like to have sex with a woman. Oh fuck! Perry's on.
Shit.
Hi, Perry.
Damn it, Perry.
You know what a hard place. Yes, you came in at the wrong time, Perry.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Good thing I wasn't drinking at that moment.
Thank God it wasn't my freaking mother. So we're moving on before my mother joins. Because I don't know, she's in Vegas right now.
I have a little bit of a
eating at
tidbit.
family diner.
I've got a little bit of a tidbit, which is that makes me so fucking happy right now. Christian, Wendy, and the man who plays Duloc have all been on an episode of Supernatural.
Yes. I don't
What the
remember
fuck?
who the actor who played Duloc played. Who was he?
Matt, I can't remember his last name.
Yeah. I'm
Matt
blanking
something.
too.
Hold on. IMDb.
Matt Fruers, I think is how
Hold
you
on.
pronounce it.
Hold on. Librarians. Hang on. Trying to
It should be in the trivia section of this episode.
Or hang on. Duloc. Matt Frewer is his name. The actor's
Yes.
name. But
They
let
have
me
all been on
see.
Supernatural. I'm so fucking happy about that.
Mm-hmm. Night at the museum. He was a Night at the Museum. Secret of the Doom.
Oh yeah, now I'm remembering that because that was a really good
Yeah,
episode.
I remembered his face. I'm like, your face is very familiar.
Oh, he's Pestilence. In the Hammer of the Gods episode.
I
Wait,
remember that.
Hammer of the Gods is the episode where Sam and Dean get kidnapped by all the demigods, like all the
Yeah,
renegade
and,
gods.
and Sammy picks up the Thor's hammer.
Yes,
Yeah.
but in a later
Michael went,
episode of the
"He's worthy."
Librarians, a similar thing happens where it's like all the magical creatures. Like
Yeah, and Katie, by the way, the guy that just commented he loves to torture Kaylee and I when we're doing our
Yes.
podcast.
So he's
Oh,
a buddy
damn.
at Perrylandrel. He's a buddy of mine, and he basically got me into this. So yes, carrying
And
on.
he's guest starred on a couple of episodes of our podcast.
He guest starred on one.
Yeah, but he did no, there's two, I think, that he dropped in.
Mm.
But yeah, he loves to do this. He loves to pop in the comments and just mess with us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Okay, so continuing on. So Flynn, of course, he's kind of being a nosy Nelly. Now he's trying to solve, this medical problem. Which actually, speaking to my mother, kind of sounds a bit like her. No, seriously, you'd say something wrong and she'd point or put her thumb right where it hurt. Perry, don't tell my mother I said that.
Honestly, that's literally me. If I know something is completely accurate and someone says it wrong, I go full Barry Allen on them. And I'm like, that was not right. And I just revert the entire scientific description of it. And I'm like, and they just look at me like I have 7 heads. Like, you have a PhD?
No, that's me ranting about leverage and how one seemingly insignificant moment is actually a huge character moment. And my mother's like,
yep.
I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Which is why I started the podcast.
And drug me into it.
Right, carrying on. So before Flynn can try solving it, Cassie starts, explaining that it isn't meningitis or whatever they thought it was. And she's rambling, and Flynn and Baird back her up. So the EMTs take the woman to get properly treated. And we see that Cassie starts hallucinating and she has to sit down and she's swiping at the air. So Flynn which to me, it's a cool animation. her doing math, like her doing the math and that.
Yeah. That's kind of what I kind of developed my own OC to be like, kind of similar, but mine is like more like anthropological. And then there's also like an art one that I kind of incorporated in there too, where like my OC can see every aspect of every painting ever made.
Mhm.
And then
mine,
like
mine's like a
anthropological one,
sketch board in my head.
the anthropological one can she can see every person from like a mile radius, and she can see everyone's health and like pinpoint like what needs to be done where and like how to assess it. Is like it's really cool, honestly.
Mhm. You're from
I kind of
me.
took a little bit of Cassandra's power and kind of incorporated it into my OC, even though my OC's dad is literally Jacob Stone, and I'm like,
yeah.
Okay.
My OC is, well, no, I can't freaking say because that spoils her whole character. But she's basically like a soldier, museum archivist, and a bit of a badass, and a habit of teasing Jake.
Yeah, in my I have. I think Kaylee, you've read a little bit of it. It's called A Well-Respected Man. My OC in that is boyfriend girlfriend with Sam, and Jake flirts with her in front of her boyfriend, and she goes, "Bitch, what the fuck?" and just smacks him and walks off. There are bad guys in this series that I really would love to throat punch.
No, just wait till I write the chapter on In the City of Light.
Oh hell no!
Oh man, the bloopers for that episode. Oh my god, I die every time.
No, we're gonna need tissues for that one. We're gonna need tissues, but that's a whole later thing later. I'm sorry.
I hate you.
I'm sorry.
I'm mad at you again.
I'm sorry. All right, carry on. Sorry.
Oh, no, we got a pouting Alex.
Sorry. Do it. Don't use Brianna to cover your face. That's Brianna, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't use Brianna to cover your face. You're okay.
Aww. I got stuffed animals too, but they're all the way up on bed. I got too many. I got like 40.
Aww. Yeah, all right. I'm carrying on. So basically, Flynn recognizes that Cassie is a synesthete, which is basically someone who can access all 5 of their senses from memory, and they also have photographic memory. What's funny is he's like, I was about to be super pissed at you for assuming I don't know what a synesthete is, but then...
But I don't know.
But I don't actually know what a synesthete is.
Yeah, and fun fact about that, having that sort of, it's a neurological condition. It can either be visual and thinking or audio, and it can even be taste. When you listen to something, you can taste it.
It's basically like, instead of...
It's so cool!
Like if I were to look at it, like my wall is white, my brain processes it as my wall is white. However, someone who's a synesthete might see musical notes or might associate a color with a sound or a scent. So they start smelling, I don't know what you just... Sure, pancakes. So...
It's actually really cool.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've seen any synesthete drawings where somebody processes like images as colors. Yeah, that's cool.
If I look, anytime I look at white, I just see hex codes.
Hex codes.
I literally will see the hex code. That's all I see. I mean, I think it's just mostly because I stare at hex codes all day. Discord does that to you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a similar concept. Like a synesthete
Yeah.
might look at a white wall and instead of just seeing white, they see words or letters in the case of a hex code.
Yeah, I mean, it's only when I look at white though, because like I guess I just use white so much that all I see is the white hex code.
Yeah.
Everything else is just like
Mhm.
nothing else. Discord does that to you.
And if you don't know what a hex
Yeah,
code is, it's
mine-
basically the number assigned to a color.
Yeah, it's weird. For me, it's yellow. The color yellow. Like, I'll see, like, a vibration wavelength through it. It's weird.
Ooh.
You know, like, the wavy lines? That's what I
Yeah.
see. And it feels like my eyes are vibrating.
Ooh, that's so cool.
It's trippy.
Mm-hmm. All right, so carrying on. Jeez. All right, carrying on. So basically, Flynn tells Cassie she's in danger. And of course, Cassie asks if they're the police. And Flynn's like, no. I'm the librarian.
And it just apparently makes it all better.
Why did the Princess Bride quote pop into my head?
Wait, what? Which quote?
It has to do with the word inconceivable. With Mandy
No,
Patinkin.
inconceivable.
It's like, I don't think that word means what you think it means.
I'm thinking of picky.
I
thinking
love
of
that
picky.
movie.
I'm thinking of picky because I don't think that word means what you think it means. It means picky. Define it. You define it. I don't have to define it. I'm not the one saying it.
All right, back.
Oh my gosh, this just got a whole breed of crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's carry on. So, when Barry tells Cassie to get her coat, and she does, and then now they have 2 more people they got to find, but they're on opposite sides of the world. So,
And Bear's face.
yeah, because Baird's like, well,
She's like,
you know, if we both
what?
like they're on opposite sides of the world, so like you need my help or you're putting them in danger. Flynn's like, fine. Like, if you're not gonna go, then I will make use of you. And he sends
He's such a grumpy teenager. I love it.
Yeah. He sends Eve to Oklahoma with Cassie. Hold on. Well, he sends Eve to Oklahoma to get Oklahoma while he goes after Jones. Ezekiel Jones. And what's funny is as Flynn's leaving, he's like, be ready for anything. Bear's like, what? Like, be ready for what? And Flynn's like, oh, ninjas possibly. And that's when she looks at the paper he gave him and is like, ninjas?
In Oklahoma.
In Oklahoma?
And what the fuck happens?
Yeah.
Fucking ninjas.
So first, we meet Ezekiel Jones, played by John Harlan Kim. And
Oh man, he's so
he-
cute.
he
He's like a
he's like
he's
you
an
have to meet-
Australian Hardy Boy on steroids.
he is an Aussie. He's like an Aussie. He is. But not only is he cocky as hell, which is honestly part of the charm, but it's like that meme of like the cat doing like that and with like the knife pointed at it. Like that little, like constantly like little shit mode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's who
It's
Ezekiel
like,
Jones
no,
is.
it's like the cat with the water glass. Don't touch it.
Yes. Touchy.
Knock it right off
Don't
the table.
touch. Touchy. Don't touch.
It's like Finding Nemo. I'm gonna touch the butt.
So Ezekiel is in the middle of a heist. He's setting off setting off alarms to distract guards. And the object that he is stealing is the dagger of Abu Aqua Abi from the Rashomon Job episode of Leverage. It's the same dagger.
I recognized it. I was like,
Yeah, I think
that is.
when I first saw the episode, I said, "Is that the dagger of Akuabi?" And then Flynn uses a taser to take out a guard for Ezekiel.
Kind of like a
So,
20-pound thief, we know.
Remember the double-edged sword job episode of Leverage Redemption? Harry grabs the taser. It was also played by Noah Weil.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, carry on. So Ezekiel is
This is gonna sound oddly kind of morbid, but I was kind of
What?
sad that we didn't get to see his person's skull when he got electrocuted.
Oh yeah,
in
because
the
in Leverage you usually see their skulls.
Plot dropped.
So Ezekiel's cocky, but offers 10% for Flynn to watch his back for the next 10 minutes. Of course, Flynn's kind of offended, like, like you need to come with me, or whatever. And then we get a connection to the first Librarians movie, as Ezekiel mentions, like about the Cairo Museum, the jewels, and there was a professor, which was Flynn.
Yeah.
And if Flynn reveals exactly what Ezekiel's plan was, but Ezekiel didn't account for the infrared symbols, or the infrared sensors, sorry, and his burning glass. So alarm goes off. Ezekiel asks Flynn what he wants. Flynn offers to help him and have Ezekiel go to New York to figure out why people are trying to kill him. So Flynn does help Ezekiel out of the museum. Then,
Why did they give me Parker and the Binary vibes?
yeah, like Parker,
Use
no
the binary.
cutting, use the binary.
She cuts
kind of
anyway.
thing. Yeah. So now we head to Oklahoma. And we're at a country bar.
Named Dukes, by the way.
Which I think is based, I think they got the name from a real bar.
Yeah, an actual bar named Dukes.
Yeah, there's an actual bar named Duke's. And you got, it's a country bar. You got a girl in like the cut off jean, cut off short shorts, and the cut off flannel, cowboy hat, riding the mechanical bull. Drunk. She's a bit drunk.
That actually looks like fun, by the way. Riding a mechanical bull, which I've done. It's fun.
Yeah, so but she falls off and we see Jacob Stone, played by our boy Christian Kane. He's
And
getting his part
cowboy
on.
hat.
In a fucking cowboy hat, yep. He helps her up and is like, he tips his hat a bit. It's like, nice ride. And then the other, it must have been like her girlfriend or something, like came over to like grab the girl, and she's like way too drunk. It's like, okay, we're gonna cut you off now.
Yeah, it was her girlfriend.
Yeah. Jake just kind of like tips his head again and goes back. But you can't tell me, Lex, that this wouldn't be me and you at the bar.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, bullshit, you do. I'd be
I
the
don't
one
know what
having
you
to drag
mean.
your ass to the Uber.
True. And I'd be like, fight me! And then I'd be all over you, hugging you and crying
Yeah,
and wanting food.
probably.
No.
And I
That's
would
how
be
I
like,
am
it's okay.
drunk,
We'll get
by
some
the way.
food. We'll get some food back at the hotel. I'll get some DoorDash back at the hotel.
Make sure
Time to
there's
go.
pretzels.
Yes, I will get you pretzels. And also, Jake's got a pink cowboy shirt on, and with the blue jeans and cowboy hat, and the I think he's got like a belt buckle too.
Son of a bitch.
I went with more of the Flynn.
I am freaking take stuff. I didn't even plan that.
So Jake heads back to the bar, and he's got two buddies with him. Of course, they're shooting the shit a bit. And notice one of them's like, he asks Jake if he's like working the pipeline. So we get the idea that like Jake's working as a roughneck, basically working the oil pipeline. And of course he tells the guy like yes sir, like I got an hour after church. Or like I got an hour after church on Sunday, so I'm gonna go to the junkyard to find a gearbox for that 68. Typical Midwest boy, Sunday's the Lord's Day. Friday night's the party night.
Yeah. Sunday mornings are for the Lord. Sunday nights are for fun.
So it's Friday night.
Exactly.
So then we see a very beautiful woman in all black. She's wearing like a black crop top. She's got the black leather pants going on. And Jake catches her, like she catches Jake's eye. And he puts on the charm and he puts on the Okie Boy charm and the smile and points out her tattoo's interesting. And we do find out her name is Lamia, who is played by Leslie Ann Brandt, who is Maze on Lucifer. So yeah, that's where I recognized her from. And Lamia's like, I'll tell you what, cowboy. If you could tell me what it means, I'll let you buy me a drink. What's funny is that in the extended version of this episode, one of the buddies goes up to Lamia first, fails, comes back, and is basically like, she's fucking crazy. Or no, it's after he leaves. The other buddy asks Jake, like, how's your daddy? And Jake's like, too drunk to work, too stubborn to die. Which kind of reminded me of the lyrics to Fast Car.
A little bit, yeah.
Like, daddy's too old. Daddy's too old for working. His body's too young to look like this. Mama went off and left him. Showing him what I left and he could give. He said somebody's got to take care of him. So I quit school and that's what I did. Sorry, a little bit of singing for you. So yeah. And of course, the buddy failed comes over and makes it's like she's fucking crazy. And Jake's like, why? Because she doesn't want to go home with you. And then like half our high school must be crazy. And then the buddy reveals that she wants someone to explain his tattoo. Or explain her tattoo. And that's when Jake goes up to shoot a shot. So Jake's at first playing dumb. And he kind of looks, sees his buddies aren't really paying attention. Then he translates the tattoo from Latin, I think,
Yeah.
and recognizes it as a poem about the apocalypse. So then he's like, tell me, what's a pretty little thing like you doing with the tattoo about the end of the world on her arm?
And then
Which-
her fucking face changes when he said that.
Yeah,
From,
because she's like,
smiling to deadpan. I'm like,
yeah, 'cause
shit.
she's like, okay, this is who I'm looking for. Because she's like, I'm Namia, and you must be Jake Stone. Or it must be Jacob Stone. And what's funny is his face is like, what the hell?
yes.
That's not my name. And
Yeah,
then Mommy
it's just
kicks
like-
him in the chest.
He's like, what? Fuck.
What's funny? She kicks him in the chest, sending him to the ground.
Knocking his hat off.
Tracy, yes. Tracy Reed. She's like, yep, I'm here to kill you. Welcome, by the way. And so she kicks him in the chest, sending him back. Then she pulls out a fucking katana in a country bar
What the fuck?
in Royal, Oklahoma, where probably 90% of the bar is fucking arms.
Exactly. That bit from season.
Oh
episode
God,
7.
last call.
Yeah, this is Texas, sweetheart. You can keep your gun. We want your cell phone.
Hand it over. So Jake's looking out, like he sees the sword and he's like, what the hell? Like he thought he was getting lucky with the hot chick.
Nope. She was there to kill him.
Quite literally.
Not get a fucking sword drawn on him. Of course, then this is when Bird steps in and like tussles Lamia a little bit. Like gets her back so she can pull out her gun. Of course, Jake, again, pulling a weapon in a country bar. What were you thinking? Like, I'm sorry. Someone else would have had a gun pointed at him. Like, I'm sorry. That is just how the world is. Especially in fucking Midwest.
True. As somebody who lives in the Midwest, I can agree
I was
with
going to
that.
say.
We're all crazy.
Yeah, but what's funny is, like, Jake now is standing up, sees Eve with the gun. He goes to pick up his hat and sees the gun. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, what the hell? Yeah, so it basically went from what the hell to what the hell to what the hell?
Yeah, it goes
See the
from-
difference?
Yeah, it's like, actually, to me, it goes, what the crap? What the heck is this? Oh, shit.
Ah, shit. Yeah, that last one was the first one was hell.
Mhm.
Second one was like, oh, damn it. Third one, oh, shit.
Yeah. You see the escalation?
Hell no. Damn it. Oh,
But what's
what
funny
the
is
F?
this scene reminded me of the movie 50 to 1, one scene from 50 to 1. Lex knows what scene I'm talking about, where basically Christian Kane's character, he's talking about his woman, and he calls her the wrong name.
She's throwing shit at him.
So they're like, he's playing pool, shooting the shit with his buddies. One who saved him from a bar fight at the beginning of the movie. And the other one's like his cousin. His character's cousin. And he calls his woman the wrong name. So they're like, the three of them are like hiding behind the pool table as she's throwing like pool balls.
Yep. He's like jumping
Glass
like this.
and shit.
He's like,
And he was
chill out.
what? Like, whoa. And he's still trying to guess her name.
Yep. And then she just
And
looks at him with the ball in
failing.
her hand, and she's like,
she's making her throw more shit at him. And
Yep.
I forget how
and
this
then she
scene ends.
starts
If somebody,
throwing, like, I think it was like books.
I think
and
she
shit
runs out of
at him.
shit. I think she ends up running out of shit to throw, so she just leaves. And then they're all
Yep.
fucking laughing.
And he just kind of gets up and he looks over his shoulder at them like, "I'm gonna kill you."
And I was dying doing these notes. I was
I was
and
laughing
then the
so
freaking
hard watching
ninjas
it.
just. Then the freaking ninjas, like a group of 4 ninjas. Poor costume. Like, poor out. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Do better. Of course, Jake's like, or one of them whips the gun out of Eve's hand. Like poorly disguised ninjas. Like, it's honestly shocking that like no one else stepped in. But anyways, it's funny though, is Jake's like, who are these guys? And he's like, ninjas? And Jake's like, in Oklahoma.
Yes.
It's a callback to that earlier line. And Jake kind of fights.
Why does
He's
it-
holding his own.
Why did
but
it have to be ninjas? Popping in my head.
But Jake's kind of poorly fighting. But Bard takes on Lamia. Or Bear takes on Lamia, sorry. And she's able to get Lamia back enough for her to get to Jake to help him up. And it's funny, she's like, not bad for an amateur. And it's funny, she's like, there ain't nothing amateur about my bar fighting, sweetheart. As they both use the bar stool.
The specific
Knockout
quote
with a
was like, there ain't nothing. Yeah, the specific quote that he said was like, there ain't nothing amateur about my bar fighting skills.
Bar fighting, sweetheart.
And he kind of does this. A little head crack. And
He's getting ready. And then he
Oh.
sees the bar stool. So they both grab it, knock out the 2 goons. Jake can't get to his hat because he dropped his hat.
Like, oh,
But
wait, my
he
hat.
pulls it back. He's
Leave it.
like,
I'll get you another one.
and Baird's like, I'll get you another one. Let's go. And they get in the car and drive off. Which can we get a moment of silence for Jake's hat?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean,
funny
that hat
story.
was actually kind of cute, though, I have to admit.
Yes. It's a
But
funny story.
He did get another one back, though.
He never did
She
get a new
lied
hat.
to him. She lied to him. What the hell?
So, a funny story. So, back when I first watched this in June 2022 is when I first watched the Librarians, and I was watching this episode specifically. And I had gone after this part of the episode, and I had to leave to go to a birthday party. It was at this bar restaurant. It was a surprise party for a friend of a friend. And so after we ate, I had a bit of a pet in my step because not only did I do good in poll, I had a bit of that Jake Stone confidence going through me. Lex knows this because I told her about it afterwards. And one of the there was this bartender there, and she was helping to like clean up our area, and she had a nose ring and tattoos, and I thought she was pretty.
I forgot you were going to bring this up.
So I complimented like her tattoos and her nose ring, and I tried flirting a bit, but but then my brother and his buddy were beside me, and my brother looks at me and is like, "Did you just seriously flirt with the bartender?" And I was like, "What? She was cute."
I've done that.
And and what's
And
funny
it backfired. It backfired.
was when I texted Lex about it, you were like, "Didn't you learn from fucking Oklahoma? Like, flirting could kill you."
I forgot that I said
I was like, "She was harmless. Hot, okay?" Which then I also realized that that's how Jake nearly got sliced and diced.
Told you.
But then I did the same shit yesterday.
And I kind of gave you shit for it.
Yes, you did. And you didn't stop me from giving the guy my number. And he still hasn't texted me.
I encouraged it. I was like, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I was like, damn it.
I think that failed though, because
Yeah.
I didn't get a text back.
Well,
So
he's
I'm trying.
probably busy, so.
Probably is.
And I was like, and I told you, I believe I quoted words where,
You did.
what's the worst thing that could happen? This is the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah, true. So, all right, let's carry on. So, yeah, that's just a funny story about how Jake Stone. No, but what was funny was I also had the Jake Stone confidence going because I had just watched this scene yesterday morning to do my notes. So you think I would have learned by now, but apparently I have fucking Oklahoma's common sense.
Well, what I had happened with my boyfriend, he'd been flirting with me for years and I didn't even know it. We had been friends for years in high school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
I remember you
he
telling me
was
that.
flirting with me in freaking church of all places. And as one of my friends, I'm like, I think so. And she's like, well, what are you waiting for? Ask him out. I'm like, bitch, what the hell are you doing? And then I did. I was like, you want to go eat? And then I was like, what are we? And he's like, I don't know. It's like, boyfriend, girlfriend. He's like, if you want me to. I'm like, yeah.
So yeah, those are our bad flirting stories.
Yeah. And yeah, I had someone flirt with me in a Walmart of all places.
Fucking Walmart.
Yep. He was really cute. And I was oblivious to it. And to make it worse, he checked me out afterwards. Like literally we were passing each other and my dad goes, that guy just checked you out. I'm like, no, and I turn around, yeah, he is. He's checking out my ass.
Oh my god. Look, guys.
Oh god.
Rule number 7, people.
No, hang on. Rule number 7 says don't touch the women, but they can grab whatever they want to. Now, Trace Atkins said you could look, but you can't touch. But honky tonk, but donky donk.
Honky tonk, but donky donk. How dare you?
Yes, I did. Now,
I hate you.
if you're looking, all right, guys, be more subtle about it.
Yeah,
right?
honestly. Just
Sunglasses. Hide the eyes behind the hat. Don't get caught. Okay, it's my general rule. If you're gonna do some dumb shit, don't get caught.
Exactly. I mean, I've never been flirted with ever in my life, but like I can pinpoint the differences of good flirting and bad flirting from a mile away. And I know what works for me, and I know what works for my friends, and it's like, yeah, no, red flag. See you.
Glasses bring out your eyes.
Exactly. Like anything that's like complimenting, like, you know, my good features, as like, all right, I'll check that off. I'll just check that off. As like, yep, I accept those. Anything
I mean,
else? Oh no.
There was a
That was my attempt at
realization with
flirting.
Well,
Just-
I have a type. Apparently.
Oh, I have a type too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
might kind of have a type as
it
well.
took me a
It's the
little-
wall.
It took me a little bit to realize, but
Yes.
my boyfriend's literally Elliot fucking Spencer, except for the fact that he can't cook for shit.
Hey, at least the guy I was flirting with had a bit of like the Elliot Spencer build going and could cook.
Exactly.
And actually cooked good because I tried the rice he made. It was actually pretty good. So,
Honestly, like my type
I
is a
told
mixture
him.
of many different people because it's like most of the wall right here.
and then I told
Literally
him
most of
he
my
had a
wall.
nice smile.
Yeah, my type is literally most of the wall, and 99% of the people on this wall are guys, except for like the 5 girls that are literally on this wall. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3. Make that 4 girls. There's only 4 girls on the wall.
Yeah, apparently my type is dark-haired, blue-eyed, with daddy issues. Kane's Kitchen? Fucking hell. Lex!
Jalapeno poppers.
Oh my god.
She knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, that was when he was like, be careful where you touch, like touching other
Like, wear
places.
gloves. Because when you're a girl, not to have the oils on your finger.
Because you don't want to touch. Oh, God, I hate you.
You love me.
I can't believe I didn't make that freaking connection. God damn it. Moving on. So basically, Jake is driving the car and Baird's in shotgun. Of course, Jake's asking like what that was about. And he's like missing his hat. It's like, oh damn it.
That's my
Love
favorite
that
hat.
hat.
That's
Yeah.
my favorite hat.
Of course, Baird tells him he was targeted because of his expertise. And of course, Jake's trying to pass it off as like, it's
Nope, that's not
ridiculous.
me.
Like, you think someone's out here killing oil riggers, like, but that's when Baird basically is like, Jacob Stone, 190 IQ, and he declined college applications for top schools, and under aliases wrote about European and Native American art.
Yeah, this character was specifically written for Christian.
Yes, because fun fact, Christian Kane actually went. Yes, he actually went to the University of Oklahoma to study art history, and part of it was like life drawing. Or no, he was kicked out.
Yeah, he was quote. His version of it was, "I was asked to leave
Asked to
and never come
leave
back."
because when he would do like the life drawing bit, he would draw like when they had the models, he would do them and like he saw like them all as like beautiful and cartoony, and so that's how he would draw them beautiful and cartoony. And apparently admin didn't like that, so they asked him to leave.
Yeah,
But I mean,
no, what he said was like, I would, instead of focusing on my studies, I focus on studying beer and women.
oh yeah, that's when he's like, that he majored in beer and girls.
Yeah.
And that was when he moved to Los Angeles to pursue acting. But it's funny, in the interview I watched, the woman who was like, woman in beer will get you a long way.
His face.
But I mean, it kind of turned out to be true.
I know.
But still,
Damn
I
it!
find
This
it.
game line came into my head.
But the idea that like he saw it like no matter what like body type or like how old the person was, he saw them as beautiful no matter what. Reminds me of like Roman, like Roman sculptures and Roman paintings. Like, and they would draw like bigger busted women and like with bigger hips and they would draw the flaws. And when I was at the museum last, I saw that, and it kind of made me like choke up a bit because I talked about this last time, but yeah. So carrying on. So everyone's meeting up at the library, and Jake's got the scarf going. He's also acting like a boy in a candy store because like he's so enamored with all like the art he's seeing.
Yeah, it's like, oh,
Yeah,
it's so freaking cute.
it's like Spear of Destiny, which was like the first Librarians movie. Ark of the Covenant, which was that the second one? I feel like that was the second.
Third one.
No, third one was in the Judas Chalice.
Yeah, it mentioned the Ark of the Covenant in the third, but we don't see it be obtained. I think it was like toward the end of the second movie, I believe, but I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
Because the end of the first movie is Flynn getting on the back of the motorbike with, I want to say it was Nicole. Because Nicole rides in on a motorbike, all decked out in leather.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so, all right, carrying on. So, and they also make a reference to in the Judas Chalice when Cassie asks about Bigfoot and Dracula, if like they're real. And Flynn's like, yes for Bigfoot, no for Dracula. Of course, Ezekiel's like, I think it's like vampires aren't real. And Flynn's like, yes, vampires do exist, but not Dracula, as I killed him. But in the extended version, it shows them in the elevator. And what's funny is Ezekiel makes a comment about why he's in an elevator with the cowboy and a maid. Of course, Jake, being a gentleman and, follow the bro code. Check your guy friends if they do some dumb shit. And Jake's like, well, why don't you apologize to the little lady? Of course, Cassie's like, little lady is not actually an improvement from maid. Which, like, Jake, come on. You know better. You know better.
Does he, though? Does he really?
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, you can be a genius and still be an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at all of Christian Kane's characters.
There's a common theme going through those.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what it is.
Which, to be fair, also kind of describes Christian Kane.
Sorry, not sorry, Christian, if you see this. We're sorry.
If he does, we all love you.
True. We love you, but it's true. You are an idiot sometimes.
He's our idiot.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's our idiot.
I mean,
And most of our OCs are based off this idiot.
Yeah. I mean, that's
like two of mine.
Because in an episode of Kane's Kitchen, filming an episode of Kane's Kitchen, cuts his fucking hand. And what did I do with the choppy? Okay? What did I do?
You kept telling him to watch his fingers.
Yep. And I didn't listen to my own advice, and I hurt my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, cut these 3 fingers
Yeesh.
on the choppy.
Mm.
No, I've done that actually once before too, so you're not alone.
Yeah,
I'll
that's the
slice
one that
my
comes
thumb on
down like
porcelain,
this.
or my finger on porcelain. Mm-hmm.
It
I know.
sucks.
Yeah, it does.
And I pulled a fucking Oklahoma and slipped in cowboy boots.
Mm-hmm. What were you doing, Lex?
Adult Easter egg hunt in my uncle's
And
backyard.
why were you
And I
wearing
slipped in a
cowboy
shit.
boots
Yep.
outside?
Yep, and I slipped in shit.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled a
What'd I
fucking
tell
Oklahoma.
you?
I'm not repeating it.
Didn't you learn from fucking Oklahoma?
And I was like, nope, did not.
You're gonna do it again?
Probably yes.
God damn it. Sorry, Katie, this is normal. All right, let's
Honestly,
carry on.
the craziness of my friends is honestly like literally the same level. Quite literally.
Mhm.
Mostly just coming from one friend in particular who has this and all this energy, and it's like it's just so like it's literally like a radio station of like cats, anime, D&D, and like a bunch of other stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I love this. I love this girl, but at the same time, I'm like, so much cats.
I feel like a similar thing happened when I joined the Christian Kane server that we're both in. All right, all right, I'm gonna carry on. So, Bird, Eve gets kind of in like this commander mode.
Yep. These right here.
Oh, those were the boots.
Yep, they're brand fucking new, and yeah, I slipped and ate shit in those boots.
So Barry kind of goes in commander mode and saying how like 10 years prior, the trio was like invited to join the library, but they never showed. And they each revealed like why they never showed up. Cassie was in a hospital because of her brain tumor, which Flynn reveals as like, because he puts it together, she has full-blown hallucinations, and typically synesthetes don't have hallucinations the way Cassie does. So yeah, basically she is dying of a brain tumor, which is the size of a grape. Yeah. And like Jake even looks heartbroken, but it's Ezekiel. It's Ezekiel though who asks. He was like, "Are you?" Or he says like 2 words. Or I think it's like, "How long?" Like even he's starting to show.
Yeah.
Which, so you can already see that like they're not even officially working together. Like you can see the cracks starting to form in the walls that they have built up.
Does this sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
I was like, wait a minute, this feels familiar. Oh, wait a gosh dang minute.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And Jake reveals he never showed up because he already had a job in the family business. I know. Word choice, I know. And Ezekiel threw his out because he thought it was a mistake, as like he's a thief. He wouldn't be invited to work in a library, and it doesn't fill his pockets. But he has his priorities mostly in order. He's like, I'm here to find out who's trying to kill me. Which, okay, like that's a good
Valid.
priority. That's a good priority to have at least. Yeah. So Flynn takes it to the annex, and we get a. It's kind of it is kind of a bit exposition dumping a bit, but Flynn basically explains that takes it to the annex and explains that magic basically traveled along ley lines, which are basically like interstate, like a highway system of like magic, basically that goes all over the globe. And what's cool is he like throws up a globe and it projects the image that shows the ley lines, which I love that.
I wanna throw it up.
I know.
So-
Can you imagine how cool that would be to have like something you just throw it up and you can like project a movie,
Oh my god, that would be awesome.
or have like something you can interact with,
Yeah, like
Yeah,
an
it's so
interactive,
cool.
like a diagram,
like an interactive like Zodiac thing or something.
or just some like diagram where like you toss it up and you can look at the sky and find constellations
Oh my
and
God,
actually
that
like
would
you
be
move it with your
awesome.
hands. That would be so freaking cool.
The technology these days is like advancing that maybe one day we would have that.
Well, actually, come to think of it,
mean,
the
they have,
closest
like-
thing would be virtual reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have that technology already, but it's just a matter of time
to
before they
quote,
advance it.
I mean, as the saying goes, what is it? Technology is just one step away
Ahead.
from magic.
Oh yeah, that I like that saying better. Magic.
What if you think about it? If you took a cell phone back to like the 1800s, they would,
be like, "What is this sorcery?"
yeah, it would be
Exactly.
magic. And also, as the saying goes, magic is just science that hasn't been explained.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I feel like both of those are kind of relevant. Yeah. So going back, Flynn continues explaining that like the magic was stored in these artifacts, the most powerful being Excalibur. And over the years, with the rise of technology in cities, magic kind of dwindled. And basically, Flynn's job is making sure that that magic and the artifacts stay out of the wrong hands. Like the people who tried killing the trio. And that's when Barrett kind of points out that Lamia had a snake tattoo, which Flynn recognizes as being from the Serpent Brotherhood, which is a cult that wants to bring back magic, and he's fought them before. I want to say in the first Librarians movie he does.
Yeah, I think so. Because
Or
I
Librarians.
recently just watched all 3 movies, so
Yeah.
I think it was the first one.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so of course the next question then on their minds is, why did the Serpent Brotherhood want to kill Shayer and work their way down the list? Basically. And what's funny is in the extended version, there's one where Flynn thinks it's ridiculous that there were ninjas in Oklahoma, when he said earlier that there might be. What's funny is Jake's pouting.
He's sad. That's adorable.
Yeah, he's pouting like fucking
He's
asshole.
pouting like a baby.
Like he's like, fuck. Jake's like, fucking asshole. Like, I lost my hat and got my ass beat because of them.
Again with the hat.
You know what popped into my mind?
What?
In the episode regarding, Supernatural, where Rowena boops his nose. The cow.
Mm.
Adorable.
Mm.
I know.
So All right, carrying on. So Jake recognizes the painting that Flynn was looking at as the crown of King Arthur. Hence the name of the episode. So Flynn reveals that the crown was forged by Merlin, said Arthur can control the magic needed to build Camelot. And if you're not familiar with Arthurian legend, basically Camelot's where all the knights at the round table gathered and lived. Yeah. And was basically part of Arthur's kingdom. Basically. So, yeah. So I was obsessed with mythology when I was younger. So this series kind of reignited that for me. I love the mythology and history. So yeah.
Same. Honestly, history is like my number one subject next to science. And I loved Greek mythology, and I also loved just like, and then the Egyptian era, like ancient Egypt, all that.
Yeah.
Like that was my favorite.
I'm actually wearing.
Oh my god, I want it.
Eye of Horus, yeah.
I want one now.
Oh, and I have Sir Francis Drake's ring from the Uncharted video game.
My favorite symbol was
my favorite like history stuff is anything to do with Irish history, because I am very into that sort of stuff. And like I'm a nerd, and I have a freaking poster of Ireland, the map, on my wall with the naked lady.
Need to see the second one.
What is it, like a beer poster or what? Wait, no, don't show it. I'm gonna get Lex. Lex, don't.
No,
I'm gonna get freaking
banned. I'm gonna send it into the group chat, okay? So y'all can see it.
Okay, fine.
But yeah, like my favorite Egyptian symbol is honestly the Ankh. I most of my, I don't know. I was always drawn to that one because it means life. So like, it just made me very drawn to it.
Jesus Christ!
I told you I wasn't lying.
Okay.
Sorry, it looks like Beth. What? Oh, that's what you meant.
I thought they were side by side too.
Is that a naked fairy? Is that a naked fairy, Lex?
Looks like it. Damn.
Yep.
Why do you have a map of Ireland with the picture of a naked fairy?
I'm obsessed with all things Ireland. I have a lot of Irish folklore and stuff like that.
I can see that. I'm obsessed with Paris, so I have a lot of Paris and France decor. Literally. Most of my bookshelf is Paris themed. I'm actually learning French, so.
Oh, that episode's gonna fucking kill me. Sorry.
I'm learning language inspired of Jacob Stone. Yes. So I'm learning 7 languages.
Oh, jeez.
Not all at once, but like
I'm learning like
my main one
2 at the same time.
I can barely.
One of which is
handle
Klingon.
English.
Honestly, if Jacob Stone was here right now, he'd probably be proud of me for at least learning 7 languages. And one of them being Greek.
Okay.
The only other phrase I know, or I know like phrase is like Sic Parvis Magna, which is actually on the ring I'm wearing. Means greatness from small beginnings in Latin. And also the other phrase is it's Portuguese.
I'm actually currently trying to learn 9 different languages at the same time. One of which I already know some of the basics of, which is Spanish.
The one phrase I know in Portuguese, which is actually kind of most likely a phrase Jacob Stone knows, and maybe Elliot, and definitely Jake. Though it's condo is it Volta para casa. Wait, no. Fuck. I thought I knew it. I could hear it in my head, but translating what I hear in my head to
I
words,
know.
I can't.
I know one.
Quando
Like
is there
it's
is
kind
there
of
Volta para casa?
the one thing that I know.
And it means how long
Um,
before your husband gets home.
I know the one.
No, it's because
Latin
it was in an
phrase that
Uncharted.
like,
It
in
was
that
an
episode of
Uncharted 4.
Bones. That's the one Latin phrase I know so far is that like carry with me all my things. That's like the one I know off the top of my head because like I lived by that. I lived by that when my bone phase was like high, very high.
Yeah, it's it's the one phrase in Irish that I can actually say. It's actually a naughty phrase, and I don't want to say it, but I kind of want to say it.
Say it in the group chat then.
Okay, fine.
The only
I ain't saying it out loud.
Like the one phrase I know in another language is also kind of a naughty one, and I accidentally said it in school. And like I was
Exoramus de ominous inspiritus satanis.
let's just say the one phrase that I did say I think was probably Polish, and it was like it started with an F and then ended with a Mia.
I worked for a Polish radio station.
So if you know that
for like
phrase,
6 years.
Like it started with an F and then ended with a Mia. So let's just say I said that in school, and I was like, "Damn, shit, didn't mean to say that."
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Oh, what the hell?
Well,
what does that translate to?
Phrases in the group chat that I'm going to say what I said.
Thank you, Niall Horn, for actually telling me the right pronunciation for it.
That's what I said in school. I mean, I probably didn't spell it right, but like that's exactly the
Wait, what does that one mean, Katie?
Oh man, no one really gave me the direct, the direct
word for word translation.
But like, and I've tried to Google it and tried to like look it up on many different like translation apps, and I never get like the right one. So my mom told me it once, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I accidentally said it in school when we all saw it was snowing outside, and let's just say one of the in class A's was like, ooh, what? And I'm like, but I'm feeling it probably means the F word in some instance.
Yeah, that's probably fair. What? Lex?
Oh man. I'm afraid now. She's typing.
What? Oh, Jesus. Lex? What? Hang on. What? What is... Get...
That's what it means.
Oh, thank God.
Rotsy would be ashamed of you. You wash your mouth out with soap and then smack you.
I was literally like 16 when I said it, okay? So that was like a good 3 years ago.
When I was... Yeah.
I was literally only in sophomore year, so...
No, my
My
God.
defense, I was like 15 going on 16.
I was probably 16 going on like...
Did not even know
18.
it meant that. Because no one told me it meant that, so... Blame my mom. Sorry, Mom.
I was 14 when I learned that from Niall on a he would do like video covers and stuff like that, and he said that because somebody asked him in the group chat to translate it because he can speak Irish, and he's like, I'm not saying it. And, like, everyone starts spamming it. Like, come on, say it. I was like, all right, fine. And he says it, but doesn't say what it means. And he's like, go look it up.
Well, I mean, I was
And I did.
I was like 6, 8 maybe, when I got the birds and the bees talk, but I got the scientific version of the birds and bees talk because I was reading a dictionary. I was reading a dictionary of my own free will. Of my own free will, mind you. And it was one of the words. I asked my mother about it. And that's when she gave me like the scientific version of like the birds and the bees talk. Because that's what we used to read before we read time stories with encyclopedias. No wonder why this show freaking spoke to me.
Yeah.
Because they probably all read encyclopedias and dictionaries for fun too.
There was one embarrassing moment in school. I was walking out with my friends, and we were talking about a teacher that we all didn't really like. I didn't realize that my freaking psychology professor was behind me, and I said, his class is so fucking boring. I said the F word, and he's like, Alex, what did you say? And I'm like, nothing, sir. And he's like, make sure you don't say it again. I was like, oh. And then he walked off, and as soon as he was out of earshot, I was like, oh, shit.
It's been one time. Actually, this happened pretty recently when I was at work. I was looking at a to-go order in Benihana. I was looking at a sheet to or at the ticket to figure out what I needed to grab, and it was like sushi for 2, and it was like just like a whole bunch of food. And I had my headphones in, and I was listening to Lukenbach, Texas, by Christian Kane. And I got to the when it goes, yeah, let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, with Brandon and Willie and the boys, like that bit. And I was looking at the ticket, and I was like, hell. And then in my earphones I hear, hell. I start dying. Because, yeah. All right, let's carry on. All right, we're getting close to the ending. We are getting close to the ending. So Flynn reveals the crown was forged by Merlin to Arthur control the magic needed to build Camelot. And Baird realizes the Brotherhood needs the crown. I keep saying Bard. Baird realizes the Brotherhood needs the crown to control the magic. So, what Cassie asks, like, and why is bringing magic back bad? It's like magic seems kind of cool. And Flynn's like, yeah. But, like, until War of Nations sees it as, like, to drown cities in blood.
Why does that sound like a Doctor Who, like, rambling?
It kind of is.
Travel.
And it's also, like, basically, Flynn explains that, like, wild magic would bring chaos, which is why it's dangerous for magic to be back. So Flynn wants to start by examining the original painting. And he's looking at Jake, and Jake's like, well, I only know the name, and I only know the name of the painting. Like, I don't know where it's at. But guess who does? Ezekiel. He points out it's at a museum in Munich because
course.
he cased it.
Of course,
He
the
cased it
fucking
for
thief would know.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then Cassie says when the next flights to Munich are. In the extended version. In the original version, they didn't include that. Which they probably should have kept that in, because without it, it's kind of like, I guess it could kind of imply that like the library chose Cassie because of like her math skills.
Yeah.
But like that, like it would have been nice to
was-
see that compared to like
Right.
Jake, who
When I-
knows the names of paintings
Yeah.
and can identify
What?
paintings, and Ezekiel, who can identify how to basically break in to places,
Basically be a Parker.
basically be a Parker and kind of
Pretty much.
Elliot combined. But
Yeah.
yeah, but Barrett has the realization that like this is why the three of them were targeted, as basically they were the competition to get the crown. Of course, Jake's like, well, I say let's beat him to it. And now he's ready to whoop ass. Ezekiel, however, is like, yeah, no one stabs Ezekiel Jones in the back. And Cass is like, I've never been to Europe. Chris Flynn just looks at Jake, and is like, no, I'm not going to do that. Which, of course, Jake you see him kind of mouth like, why?
It's like
Why?
it's like you're telling. It's like the parents telling the three kids, "No, you're not going on the trip to Europe."
Exactly. That's what I thought. It was like, why? I want to go.
Like, but Dad.
Dad, all the other kids are going on the field trip. Why can't I go on the field trip?
Exactly. Oh my god.
Because I said so. Yeah, but basically, then he tells Ezekiel to not refer to himself in the third person, and Cassie that Europe is overrated. Which you can imagine.
Cassie looks sad.
Cassie looks sad. Wanted to go to Europe. I want to go to Europe because I dream.
I want to go to
going to the
Ireland
freaking
for
Louvre.
obvious reasons.
I'm gonna go to Paris, obviously.
I want to go to Paris too, but I also want to see the Louvre. So yeah, when Bear kind of like challenges Flynn, is like, nah, you're not going alone. I'm taking, like, I was invited to this party, and I'm bringing them with me. Like, do keep up. Which funny is it? But it's kind of cool. There's an extended version where basically Flynn talks to Judson. He's kind of scolding him a bit, and is like, "You don't have to do this alone." Flynn's like, "I'm not alone." Like, Judson's like, "I'm not going to be here forever," and then kind of dissipates. And Flynn's like, he says kind of quietly that like he was supposed to stay forever, or something like that. So group arrives in Munich and are walking to the museum, and of course Ezekiel's curious as to why they're looking for a British crown in Germany. And in the extended version, before they actually go into the museum, we get a bit of a history lesson from Jake, who's explaining that historically Camelot fell to Gothic invaders, so the crown would have been taken back to Germania, which later turned into Germany. But what's funny is he passes it off as like he heard it on the radio. Because he's like, I heard on the radio one night, which is funny because it's kind of in the same tune as like when Elliot Spencer said, like in the Harry Wilson job, just like some guy told me when I was busting his head in, or whatever he said. Which, really, Elliot, were you really busting some dude's head in? Or whatever you were doing. Look. Alright. It's funny, Ezekiel looks at him and is like, "You are one strange cowboy." This is twice now that Ezekiel has referred to Jake as cowboy. Which is interesting. An interesting choice of a nickname, I will say. Sorry. Perry's being dumb.
I mean,
And what is he doing now?
Hey,
I refer to Jake as cowboy too, so it kind of catched on.
That's my character, or no, my OC's nickname for Jake is Lapis, which is Latin for stone.
Oh, that's cool. I literally have Ezekiel referring to Jake as cowboy in my roleplay. So it's like, and then Jake just refers to Ezekiel.
You see, my leverage fic, in my leverage fic, that's what my leverage OC calls Elliot, is cowboy. So
this is funny. In my I think it's both my leverage Natasha fic, the original first one, she kind of snarkily calls him cowboy. And Elliot looked at her like, bitch, what the fuck? And then yeah. And then in A Well-Respected Man, my OC tells Sam, your brother's acting like a fucking cowboy. And Dean just looks at her like, do tell me more. And she's like, I'm gonna hit you. I will hit you in front of your brother and make you bleed. And he's like, nice try, sweetheart. And she's like, oh, bitch, try me. And she literally punches him in the arm hard. And he's like, okay, fine. For someone so small, you're so mean.
No, what's actually kind of cute though in my fic is Jake calls Ava Madame.
Aww.
And she calls him Lapis.
Elliot calls my OC Wolfie and sweetheart.
Oh, I know.
Mine just basically calls her baby girl because it's his own daughter, so it's just like it works. And sweetheart and baby girl. Just like, I mean, it's the stage I am. Why
did fucking Joel from The Last of Us pop into my head?
No.
Yes.
We have already. Okay. You know what? It's fair because I've done it to you twice today. All right, moving on. So our group heads into the museum. They spot the painting. And Baird spots Lamia. Flint's not paying attention, so once again, she goes off without telling anybody.
Idiot.
So she leaves to go deal with Lamia. Sorry. Get you. Okay, so first everyone tries to do something with his paintings for Jake observing the soldiers are in the painting have like Roman armor and swords, and realizes it's the Roman hypothesis, which is a real hypothesis. And it's basically that when the Roman Empire fell, the Roman legionnaires stayed behind, forming Camelot. And it's actually the basis of the movie King Arthur with Charlie Hunnam. Fun fact. So basically they all come to the conclusion that Arthur was a Roman. But then Jake, in a little twisty twist, reveals that the painting's a fake. As the shade of red's off.
Of course you would know that, you smartass.
Yeah, my OC would know that too.
I can't say that because it spoils literally the biggest plot twist I'm working up to. Promise it'll be worth it, and I promise I'm working on it. But anyways.
My next
What?
note it's like it has to do with in a little bit with
because Ezekiel
Flynn
realizes
and
the
Eve.
painting- Yeah, because Ezekiel realizes the painting can't be moved, and then Cassie recognizes that on the frame of the painting is binary code. Of course, then they all start bickering over whose information is more relevant. Chris Flynn's basically yells at them to shut up, and it's like listening to the inside of his head, but louder.
Mm-hmm.
Or out loud, sorry.
Okay.
It's like
To
dad
my
having enough
relevant-
of the kids' shit.
Exactly. But my note was it's like Nate and Sophie, but different. With their OT3, like them bickering back and forth. She's like, shut up,
yeah.
all of you.
Wait.
Yes.
No, when did that didn't that happen? Oh no, wait.
One.
Second David
When
job.
Yeah.
I think they
That
did.
and
It's
also,
second David job. They're all bickering about the plans, and it's like has to whistle like. All right, so let's carry on. So Flynn gets them all to focus, and it's like, okay, why is the painting a fake? It's because it's not art; it's a message, and it can't be moved because the location is important. What? I saw that, Lex.
I don't know what you're talking about. I did nothing.
You. She tagged Dean Devlin in the tweet. And she quoted the tweet and tagged Dean Devlin in it. Woman.
You should be used to this by now.
I know. I should be.
You'll thank me later.
And so, alright. Yeah, so carrying on. So Ezekiel points out, in fact, can't be moved means location support, and it's coded. And Cassie realizes it's a coordinate code, and the key to finding, or the painting is the key to finding the correct coordinates. So they have to find out where it leads. Meanwhile, Bert's kicking ass in the stairwell, knocking out goons. But then we see that Lamia has found the painting. But the others find a sundial, and they're using that to find the coordinates. And they end up finding it in the Black Forest, which is nearby. And that's when Baird joins them. And Flynn's like, where have you been? Like, some very exciting stuff's going on right now.
Like, I've been saving your asses.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the look she gives him is like, I've been protecting your asses. Like, I've been doing my job.
Like, what have you been doing? Oh, cracking a mystery. Okay.
Cracking the puzzle. Great.
I'm getting beaten up over here.
Why did the post Elliot and Quinn fight come to mind with Sterling?
What you mean when Elliot's like,
Hey Sterling, I got some dental work with your name on it. How about I beat
would
up
you
and
and
I
I
give
hook
it
up
to you?
so I can give it to you?
Sorry, I'm just like imagining Hardison on the screen, like, get out of my lair. And then just
Get out of my house.
Get out of my house.
yes, like oh my god, I love that scene.
And they're like,
Cue,
oh shit, run!
cue the house rules guitar riff.
Mm-hmm.
Air
Air guitar.
And then
So you're tired and you beat and you worked all week and you need a place you can let it go. Where the girls go wild and the boys play it hard and you need a little more than just a radio. Here's your open invitation, but just a couple regulations. And I warn you, son, I'm gonna have fun. You don't take comedy serious. So leave your troubles at the door unless you want some in here. Broken my hands, bullet time.
Literally, I literally made a lyric art to this song.
No, you should have seen me rocking out to Blaze at work. I was going ham.
I literally made a lyric art to that song. Like it was
Blaze?
literally hanging in a frame for like half of a year.
Wait, Blaze or House Rules?
House Rules.
House Rules. Okay.
Honestly, I'm gonna post it next on my Instagram. Me just posting it randomly on
yeah,
my phone.
I have it playing in the background because I love the song.
Yeah, all right, let's carry on. Oh, jeez, it's already midnight for me. All right, carry on. So they go to the forest, and they get out, and Cassie suggests they stop and eat and hydrate as she's packed sandwiches, cucumbers, and prosciutto and crackers. It's funny, Ezekiel kind of finds this movie and he's like, people are trying to kill us, and you packed a picnic. Jake's just having a good old time. You know, he's on an adventure. It's like it's an adventure. You know, he's probably feeling a bit like Indiana Jones right now. But it's like we're on an adventure. Driving down back roads in a crappy truck, which beats my day job of driving down dirt roads in a crappy truck.
Pretty much.
But driving down dirt roads in a crappy truck sounds like my idea of a good time.
It's fun. Well, okay. Well, for me, a good time would be on the back of a sled during a snowstorm with said pickup truck. Which I've done, by the way. It is addictive. It's fun. Especially if you slide off.
So I started thinking of my one Kyra Newton short story based on the song Animals by Nickelback.
Mm-hmm. Animals by Nickelback. My jam.
But basically it goes like with the song, and it's like Ellie and Kyra, after a job, they drive into the forest to do a little hanky-panky. But then when they don't show up at HQ, when everyone else is there, they gotta go find them. And guess who nearly catches Kyra and Elliot doing the hanky-panky in the back?
Why does it sound like the hokey I'm thinking the hokey pokey right now.
Spoiler alert, it's Nate. Because basically, they're having a good old they're minding their own business, having a good time. Clothes mostly off. And they just hear Nate's voice calling out for Kyra and Elliot. And just like, oh fuck, it's Nate.
I'm still thinking of the hokey pokey.
Okay, back to the cucumber blowtorch thing.
Oh yeah, because
that was. I actually didn't
cool.
know that this was actually based off of actual Roman
yes,
intuition. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But that's so
Yeah.
cool.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, it's like a
that's
MacGyverism.
that's some MacGyver shit right there. And I'm like,
Yeah,
Mac
so yeah,
would be proud.
he would be. What's even funnier about that short story, though, is Nate's kind of like Kara's surrogate father. So it's quite literally like your like parents nearly catching you, like
Awkward.
doing it in the back of your husband's car. Because that's seriously what happens. Is like they're in the back doing their business. They hear Nate calling out for him. Like it's like shit, it's Nate. Shit. And they're like getting their clothes on, like, and they just drive out like hell out. It's funny. It's like Sophie and Nate are just looking at each other, and Harrison's like, "Were they just?" And it's like, "Yes." Are we gonna? Nope. Okay, back to HQ. And Kara's on an adrenaline rush. So they go for round 2. And then the next morning, Nate makes a very inappropriate joke involving a pull-out couch. You could fill in the blanks. Moving on. So, back to the episode. Basically, a helicopter passes over. What's funny is Flint realizes that it's a secret brotherhood, and he's like, "They have a helicopter." And he's like, "Why don't we have a helicopter?" And Flint's like, "Because we have a Charlene." Because that's her
on
thing.
the budget.
Not the budget. But they still have the advantage, however. Of course, he was like, "They have a helicopter and are highly trained murderers. You and I have different ideas of advantage." So Lamia's in the helicopter and is kind of getting scolded by Duloc about the failure at the museum. And yeah, basically tells her to get the crown. And so back at the forest, Flynn finally thanks Eve for her help earlier. And Eve points out that like they have similar jobs running around the world finding dangerous objects. And of course, they're both were playing like, "Oh, I don't need anybody clouding my judgment. I need to stay focused." But I don't think neither of them really believe it. It's just their excuses. Like they've been telling, like that's just their excuse for why they're like, why they've basically been doing what they've been doing. But Eve tells Flynn she doesn't think he's as weird as she thought. And then it's funny, as Flynn tries giving her a compliment, but then he spots a Stonehenge and he's just like, "Henge!" And runs off. And Eve's just like, "Henge."
Okay.
Like,
Now I'm hinged.
okay. Okay, you know what? Not the worst thing I've been called. Well, I mean, because if you kind of think about it, it's the whole like, it's a unique thing. Like, unique and spectacular and like a once in a lifetime thing. And unheard of for like incredibly rare. So, I mean, it is a compliment. It's essentially saying that Eve's unique and rare and unlike anyone else he's ever met. So, I think it's a compliment. When you look at it like that, and then no, it makes sense. Of course, Flynn's all giddy and excited because he just found a Stonehenge and a clue. But so have the Serpent Brotherhood as they fly overhead. So basically, Eve volunteers to stall them. Flynn's like, Flynn basically tells her to take Ezekiel with him as he needs, or to take Ezekiel with her, sorry, as he needs Jake and Cassie to solve this puzzle. And there's in the extended version, when even Ezekiel are going to the helicopter, Ezekiel talks about saying he knows how to evade capture, and Eve kind of hints that Ezekiel has 2 FBI files. One, because he's a criminal, and 2, because I think he wanted to be an FBI agent.
I actually thought about being an FBI profiler at one point.
I thought about being a homicide detective. Then I just jumped in forensic anthropology.
Same.
I went through a forensic
But-
stage. I wanted to be a crime scene technician.
I don't have the stomach for it because, yeah.
I don't either.
Apparently, I guess
Then
I
I
do.
But then I got into my Robert Langdon phase and was reading like the Da Vinci Code. I thought it'd be cool to get into like cryptanalysis because I liked solving puzzles. But then I realized I wasn't actually probably smart enough.
I've been told that sometimes because, like, every time I mention forensic anthropology, they're like, "It's a lot of school, right?" And I'm like, "Bitch, I studied the entire bones of the body by sophomore year of high school. Okay, I didn't even need anatomy class."
I think I would look at it more as like it would just take a long time before you can like get the right degree to like get into that field.
Yeah,
That's
for
more what I
me,
would
like,
think.
well,
Like you need to do all that schooling to even get a job in that field.
Yeah, the degree that I actually want to go back to school for is behavioral science. And with that, I can either be a profiler for the police department, or I could do like ABA therapy with kids and adults with like autism and ADHD. Either one I'd be happy with.
Is that how you... That the thing we talked about, was it yesterday or the other day? I think it was yesterday. The thing we talked about yesterday. Is that how you knew?
What do you mean? How I knew what?
What we had talked about when I was venting about my day.
Sort of, yes. I could kind of pick up on it. I was like, wait a minute, there's something. Oh.
Yeah.
It's weird. I have like the sixth sense about stuff now.
Yeah. All right. So back to the episode. Jesus Christ, gets so sidetracked here. So back to the episode. Even Ezekiel had
Your
some
fault.
bushes. Sorry. Even Ezekiel had some bushes, and Eve makes a plan to get the goons all back to the helicopter. And it's funny is she looks at Ezekiel and was like, "Hey thief, can you hotwire a helicopter?" Ezekiel's like, "As a matter of fact." So back at the henge, Jake uses his language skills to translate symbols, revealing that basically light passes through in a solstice, and that was going to reveal the clue was where the light passes through. However, it's not that right day. So they have to recreate. So Cassie has to use her skills in math to figure out, and using Jake and Flynn's knowledge of like orbits and stuff like that, and like time frames for things, to give Cassie the numbers to plug in to do the math. And she starts rambling a bit and starts losing control. And this is kind of cute because Jake goes over and like holds her.
The way that
and
he
like,
grabs
helps
her
He
elbow.
like grabs over and helps her like sit down.
And also she's kind of kneeling, and
she's
he's
kind
kind
of
of helping her ground herself
Yeah, he's
and
helping her
not
ground her.
pass out.
Yeah, like telling her to focus on one sense, basically, which is actually a very good technique for dealing with panic attacks. If you have a
That's a
panic
grounding technique. It works. It works.
Pick
I use
one
them.
thing.
I use them on myself. Yeah, I use them
I
on
do
myself.
it too. That's why I usually wear this. Though I
have my
can't wear it
too.
at work.
Yeah, I
work in
can.
food handling.
Mine's a plain band, so I can wear
Mhm.
this one, but this one I have to take off. And
so is this, but my managers won't let me wear it.
But they should, because it's a plain band.
Well, I mean, it spins,
but yeah,
it has
there was
faces on it. But
there was.
So is this.
There was one day, I was borderline panicking because of the fucking fire alarm, and so I just immediately grabbed my hand, other than my nails, because I usually will bite my fingers because I'm really, really anxious, and I was panicking. I was hyperventilating.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went to the nearest wall and by the bathroom, and I just put my back up against the wall and just leaned into it and focused on the cold of the wall on my back, and I just started deep breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And within about like 2 minutes or so, I was calm enough I could actually function. I was this close to having a fucking panic attack. This close.
Yeah, jeez. Sorry. Get chocolate. There we go. So, all right. Back to the episode again. I thought that scene was cute, though, having Jake be gentle with Cassie.
Yeah.
So, it was also kind of funny because Flynn's watching him from behind the hinge.
Yeah.
I was kind of watching it like he has a look on the face of like a dad watching his daughter when she's got a boy in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong?
Well, I could see that.
Well, that's what I related it to, at least, is it's like, because he's looking confused, like, what is this? Okay, so carry on. So they do manage to find the right spot, but it reveals an iron safe. Of course, they don't got a welding torch, and this is where cucumber and prosciutto comes in.
That's some MacGyver shit right there.
It is. And he tells Jake to go get the oxygen tank.
The look on his face, on Jake's face, when he got asked that, it was like, oh, hell no, I ain't doing it. It's like, just go.
And then he does. So Lamia and two of her goons, they hear the helicopter, so they go back. They get in a fight. Or Flynn crafts the torch for Jake, and Flynn leaves, basically. Jake goes to torch the safe. He's like, this is exactly like my day job. and gets to work. So back at the helicopter, Eve's kicking ass and taking names, and then she gets to a fight with Lamia, who offers Eve to work for them. Of course, Eve declines, saying that, like, she's like, I like the librarian. Like, he's weird, but interesting. Like, she hasn't even known this man for that long. And she's already like, I like him. He's weird, but interesting. Which honestly kind of says a lot about Eve. But also Ezekiel's kind of getting his ass handed to him. Like, he's not doing too well. Then Flynn comes in and take on Lamia using a crowbar. That he frees up Eve to go help Ezekiel. What's funny is, like, sorry, Flynn and Lamia are separated. It's funny. Ezekiel runs in between. It's like, we shouldn't be here. It's like, what the? It's like that one TikTok where it's it's like the giraffe or the ski, the man in the giraffe costume, and like one guy sleds or skis past, and then another guy comes up like, oh.
No, he's like kneeling down, like doing like a tutorial or something.
It's a completely different video, and then someone just skis past. He yells something out, and then someone in like a giraffe costume on skis past, and it's like, ow. That's what it's kind of like. Is Eagle's like, we shouldn't be here. And he just grabs Flynn by the arm and is like, time to go. Then oh wait, they do blow something up because they blow up the helicopter.
Anyways, I'm working on cosine.
That's it.
See? I told you he was kneeling down, like, doing a tutorial.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna have that trick in my head.
That is kind of what it was like. It's like, we gotta go. Let's go.
Like, let's get the hell out of here.
And continuing the tradition of John Rogers and D Devil and blowing shit up, they blow up the helicopter.
And they love to blow shit up.
Now it's gotta blow shit up. They blew up because of leverage. What? They blew up a warehouse,
The office building.
the office building, the other warehouse.
Yep.
A
truck.
What else? They blew up a truck. They blew up another warehouse.
They blew up Lucille.
Twice. Yeah, they blew up Lucille.
Twice.
Rip. Moment of silence for Lucille. In Lucille 2.0. Let's see, what else did they blow up? Oh, yeah, they blew up Nate's father.
Good riddance.
That scene tore my freaking heart out.
Oh, and Parker blew up her foster parents.
Parker did blow up her foster parents. What else did they blow up? Trying to think.
A car full of money.
Yeah.
The fucking tire.
Oh yeah. They blew up.
They blew up the contractors in the homecoming job.
Your homecoming job. They blew up the shipping container.
Yep.
Which
There's
is
so
where they
many
discovered it's not a
explosions.
good idea to set up an unauthorized explosion at the port of Los Angeles.
Lots of wee-woos showed up. And they had to fucking explain what the hell was going on.
I'm trying to think. They blew up a oil rig in Redemption.
Yes.
Yeah, that was fun.
The oil rig's the only thing I could think of that they blew up. What else? What else? I feel like there's something else I'm missing.
Yeah.
I feel like because season 1 they blew up the first warehouse where they all met up after one show only no encores. The shipping container.
But my favorite explosion was when they blew up their old office and they hit the mat and it's like all you can smell is Christian's burnt arm hair.
Why do I feel like I'm missing an explosion? Oh no, train car.
Yeah. And there was one
Oh, in a barrel of
Yeah,
gasoline.
and
Or no, it wasn't gasoline, it was airplane lube.
It was jet fuel.
It was jet fuel,
It was jet
right?
fuel.
Yeah.
And Elliot just sliding through, like,
That's badass.
literally
I
hands
know.
down. Go down in history,
Oh,
best shootout.
In Redemption, they blew up the gator. An actual, like, fake gator.
Oh yeah, they blew up the gate. In the oil rig.
Mm-hmm.
2 oil rigs. Oh, they
Coal
blew up
mine.
a vault. Blew up a vault.
Yeah, and a coal mine.
In a coal mine, yeah.
There's so many. Freaking awesome.
A
There's so many
DOD lab.
explosions. Yes.
They really do like blowing shit up.
Yeah, now I'm noticing it. They really like blowing shit up.
A house in season 2.
Yes.
What?
Right, the music.
What? Lex?
Well, that was a nice segue.
Oh,
yeah.
there's all the explosions.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Explosions.
Yep.
The
Yep,
car.
I remember that one. Oh, the
Mm.
offices,
Office.
yeah. Get out of my house, yep. That's the funny thing about Comden. They don't bluff.
The car.
2 cars. Oh,
Oh.
nearly blew up Sophie.
Almost.
Almost blew up Sophie.
Almost blew
The
up Sophie.
armored
Or,
truck.
like blew up her. Armored truck. That's season 2. Season 3. Season 4.
The baseball field.
That.
Another office
Gosh, how hard
building.
is that job?
The gun fishing job.
Gone fishing. The hardest thing
Where-
about a
where
moment meant all
Where
like.
boys are handcuffed together.
You know what intro song I picked for Gone Fishing Job?
What?
You and me go fishing in the
No! Oh, hell no.
It's basically Hardest and Elliot's date night in the forest.
Yes, and this.
Why are
yes,
you playing
Ring of
Ring of Fire?
It's on.
Oh, man.
Wait, how? Wow, I pulled that one out of my ass. Shit. Freaking Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash. Okay, shall we get back to actually the episode we were talking about? So, yeah. They all run back to the henge, basically, and Jake's finished. But then the dumbass tries using his bare hands. to try and open the safe, the
Yeah.
burning hot safe. But Flynn has gloves, so he's able to open it more and grab the crown.
Yeah, he was like this. He's like, son of a bitch. And he goes like that. And immediately,
Yeah.
he's like, bro, that's hot. And they have
What's
gloves.
funny
And
is
I'm like,
Ava,
yeah,
in my
you don't
pic,
know.
Ava's basically looking at him at that scene like, how can someone be so cute yet so motherfucking dumb?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. However, they don't get a chance to celebrate as they got to get the crown and go because the Serpent Brotherhood's nearby. So back to the library, Flynn puts the crown in a case, and Charlene's impressed. And Ezekiel asks what Flynn's basically his first time out was, and it was the Spirit Destiny. And save the world from pyramid power. So then they're all in the annex. And basically they're all saying goodbye. Or in the extended version, they're all saying Jake's saying goodbye essentially because he has responsibilities. Oh, and Ezekiel, when it says like back to your day job of like digging holes, like actually digging holes, Jake's like, I have responsibilities. And Jake says, or Ezekiel says, a man has to have dreams. A man's reach should exceed his grasp for what's a heaven for. And it's why he always reaches for the impossible. AKA people's wallets.
Ezekiel in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. As Flynn comes over, or Ezekiel's like, I'm not proud. It's the only thing I'm good at. But I'm damn proud I'm good at it. And basically, Flynn's like, and I'm happy to see you and play that skill elsewhere. And basically, Cassie asks Flynn how he became the librarian. And Flynn's like, well, the last librarian died. So Cassie asks if Flynn dies, if one of them becomes the librarian. However, before Flynn can answer, the perimeter alarm goes off and the Serpent Brotherhood has entered the library. But, however, someone let them in. Dun dun dun! So, Flynn orders everyone to split up to go find Charlene while he deals with the Serpent, while he tracks down the crown. Eve tries going with Flynn, but Flynn's got his own backup. So he calls for Cal.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cute because, like, Cal's it gets blown, he's having fun, and then he's like, Flynn, he holds his hand up, like, Cal, come! And whistles. And you can see him almost like a dog, like perk up, like the ears perk up. He's like, ooh, I heard my name. And he goes to like Flynn's hand.
And Jake's reaction?
I love Jake's reaction.
He's like,
He's got a flying sword.
that's so cool.
He's like, is that a flying sword?
He's got a flying sword.
Nerd.
And
Mm-hmm.
Flynn's like, yep.
The way that they filmed like the flying sword when it's like floating through the air is fucking hilarious.
What's funny is just when like when they split off.
Yeah, it's green screen. It's freaking funny as crap.
It's just funny when they split off and Jake's got that like goofy grin on his face. He's like, he's got a flying sword.
Like, yes.
It's the same expression that he gets in a few episodes later when he drinks the wolf's bane and is basically a puppy.
No, but also, it's just it's like a little boy. It's like a preteen boy finding like the Playboy magazine or something.
It's literally like a
Or
kid
when
on
they
Christmas
when Jake
morning.
finds out that they're in a video game.
I'm in the video game and see boobs for the first time. Like there's just like Giddy, like he's gonna find Jord. Can we get Jake his own flying sword?
Yes.
Please, like,
Or
Who
Christian.
needs it?
Christian is
But so in the extended version of this episode, Jake is trying to call out for Charlene, and Ezekiel runs into him. And Jake, it's gonna get dirty here for a moment, so bear with me. Jake shoves Ezekiel against the bookcase. He's got a bit of the Elliot/Lindsay eyes going.
screw you, Train. All right.
And basically, Jake's like accuses Ezekiel of like letting them in. Of course, Ezekiel is just being a little shit
Mm.
and accuses Jake of letting him in. As you know, he has money motive, being stuck in a dead end job, but then knife gets thrown at him, so they run. It's kind of a bit cartoony.
Mm-hmm.
What's funny is a few seconds later, Jake tells Ezekiel that like he believes him as they're trying to kill him too. But seriously, what is up with Christian Kane characters and being shoved against walls? Like, come
Honestly.
on.
It's like everything now.
No, bad brain, bad. No.
Like, Elliot does it to the guy who thought Parker was the girl who had been sexting in the inside job, which is kind of hot. Okay.
True.
Same, he does that to the Brian and low price job.
That was also kind of hot at the same time.
Mm-hmm. But then Parker does it to him in Redemption.
Yeah, she has him pinned like this up against the wall, and he's like, "Damn it!"
But the thing is, he let her.
But the one that I'm giggling at was it's the one part that you hate before the part that you hate of season 15, episode 7.
Oh, come on!
You have to admit when Chris gets shoved up against the wall, it's like, that's hot.
Yeah, and then Dean fucking impales him with the pole cue.
I know! But you have to admit that fight scene was fucking hot as hell.
But okay. But you know what I think does it though for Jake and Ezekiel is Jake. Not only is he in protective mode of the library, but they both have equal footing. Like Jake acts like he has all the power, but Ezekiel is the one. You know, he may be the one up against the wall, but he's like, he knows he can get out of it. So it's the idea of like, I know something you don't, and we're on the same field, that we're both trying to get the advantage here. And also the look was hot.
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Carrying on. So Flynn manages to track down the crown. However, Lamia has it. And she's also holding Cassie. or Cassie's the one holding the crown. And Flynn realizes that Cassandra is the one who let them in. And it's kind of bitter, and like, because he looks and he puts it, like, he lowers the sword down and he's like, Cassandra. Like, he didn't expect her of all people
Yeah, and he's
to
like,
be the one.
he looks
Cassandra.
hurt.
He
Like-
does. I want to say disappointed.
And she's also just like frozen, just doesn't say anything. She just
Yeah,
stares at
because
him
she's like,
she realized that she fucked up.
yeah, I think, because
Yeah.
she's like, they promised to save me. And magic's the only thing that can help me. It's like they probably manipulated Cassie.
Of course they did. Lying
So
bastards.
Flynn and Lamia get into a fight. And two other goons go after Flynn, and during that distraction of Flynn having to take care of those two goons, Lamia puts the crown on. Meanwhile, Charlene goes into the annex. Her blazer has like a torn sleeve. She's pissed. She's speed walking to the mirror, tossing a sword on the freaking table, and is telling Judson that the Serpent Brotherhood has infiltrated the library, and no one goes and enters her library without her permission. And then she looks at Judson, who's in the mirror, and is like, do it. But Judson tells her, like, the library's gotten quite big. It'll take both of us. Charlene's like, I know. And they both put their hands out, and a bright yellow glow lights up the room. And we'll find out what that was in the next episode. But Lamia, because she has the crown on, used the fact that the crown controls magic, including Excalibur, to try and get Excalibur from Flynn. But the whole time, Cal sounded like a hurt dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like, don't make me go back to her.
Like, don't make me do this. He's
I
my
know.
best friend.
I know.
Yeah. And then
And
probably
Flynn
the
is
saddest
also
moment.
using like magic to try and draw Cal to him. But unfortunately, Lamia gets the upper hand. She pulls Cal to
Flynn's
her.
not strong enough to sever that tie
Yeah, so she
because of the crown.
so she she has the sword, and then she flings it and it stabs Flynn in the stomach. So she recalls the sword. Flynn goes down. Lamia tells the Toons to kill him and to tell Duloc that they have the key. And that's when Flynn passes out. And in white letters at the bottom of the screen, as Flynn lays there, passed out, to be continued.
My 3 most hated words ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the end of And the Crown of King Arthur. So I have some notes. So I think it does ultimately make sense that Cassie is the one to like betray them, as she's the one but the easiest vulnerability to use. And so, of course, like, yeah, Ezekiel, they could play into his selfishness and offer him basically all the money in the world. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Ezekiel would take just being handed money.
Yeah.
Nope.
He would seem it was too easy.
I think that's what the
He's like,
Serpent Brotherhood would think.
Yeah. They'd
No, but I
probably make
think in
him work for it.
reality, is he likes the challenge
Yeah, he
Yeah.
and the
does.
solving of the puzzle.
they'd hide it in like some secret labyrinth or something.
Foreshadowing of the Labyrinth episode.
So I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. And Jake. No, I don't think that. No, they couldn't
He
get to
would never
Jake.
do it.
He wouldn't because his big thing is loyalty.
Yeah, he would never do it. Like, he's got a
Like,
heart of
his-
gold. Even though
yeah.
he can't be an idiot, he has a heart of gold.
Yeah. But the main reason though that like why they couldn't do Jake is because his loyalty is the most important thing to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he won't break his loyalty to the family business. And now he's involved in this library. He's not going to break his loyalty to the library now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could offer him money, anything he wanted, but his loyalties, he's just too loyal. So he couldn't. He's too much of a goody two shoes.
Yeah.
I would say he's more of like he's like a puppy dog. He's too loyal.
Yes. He's more of a dog. than
He
anything.
is.
Or a wolf. One of the two. Wolf.
Honestly, I see him as like a yellow lab.
Yellow lab, yeah.
Yes.
Or the golden retriever energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god, he's literally a golden retriever.
Eve's kind of in a similar situation as Jake,
Yeah.
as she's loyal to her oaths that she takes.
Yeah.
And like she's loyal to the mission. So in a way, loyalty, because with Ezekiel, it's loyalty to himself. What? For Christ's sake, Lex. Or Ezekiel, he's loyal to himself.
Yep.
Jake's loyal to his bonds. Eve's loyal to the mission. And Flynn's loyal to the library. Cassie's the only one with nowhere loyalty.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in the bad way. Like, she's the only one who has everything to lose.
Yeah.
In a way. So she is the best target for manipulation. So yeah. I did enjoy the fight scenes and the fact that it was Baird doing the fights. Because Alec competence.
And it just made it seem like everyone else was like just unaware of what was going on.
I know.
And it's like, do you not see me kicking ass over here?
Yeah, but that also like shows her loyalty to her mission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I also did enjoy the fact that Flynn kind of dresses like the 10th and 11th Doctors.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. And what I also love is how everyone's neurodivergent.
In some form, yeah.
In
Mhm.
some form, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Flynn's
I mean,
probably
What form of neurodivergence would Jake be? I'm curious. What do you
That's a good
think?
question. I mean,
Probably just his encyclopedic mind.
I mean, as someone who's
He-
also kind of like neurodivergent as well, like my smarts are kind of like what really draws a lot of it. I'd say probably nonverbal learning, because I'm nonverbal learning.
Yeah. And also his high IQ.
Yeah.
Usually
I
people
actually-
with
I-
high IQs are usually neurodivergent.
Yeah, I think he would be a combination of autistic with a little bit of ADHD.
Probably. Cassie,
Yours truly.
obviously, like visualizing.
hmm
That's so her abilities is neurodivergent
Honestly,
coded.
I see Ezekiel as nonverbal learning now. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I see him as nonverbal because like he's more hands
Or
on.
like mastering of like a skill.
Yeah,
Like he's mastered becoming a thief.
yeah, because like that kind of skill is like very nonverbal, so it makes sense.
hmm
It's all hands on, so I see him
Mhm.
as the nonverbal all the way, as my fellow nonverbal self.
And Eve is like the opposite end, where it's like
Yeah,
she
she's more
needs
neurotypical.
order. Well,
She's more
I'd
neurotypical.
I'd argue because she needs like structure and like she needs roles and she needs instructions. And she needs
Well,
a
if I
task.
had to give her, if I had to give her something, I'd say she's got ADHD. But to me, at first glance, she's neurotypical.
Yeah.
She's normal.
Yeah,
Well, everyone presents slightly different too.
yeah.
So Eve probably is the more like she's more needing structure. And we see later how she kind of
Well,
like craves
okay,
needing information. And she likes having
then
information.
that sounds a little bit like OCD-ish because she's particular. She has to have it in a tactical way
Yeah.
presented to her.
Yeah.
In order for it to make
And
sense.
everything she falls back on her training a lot. Like,
Yeah.
and we see especially in episode 3, she treats everyone around her like soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And she needs to prepare them for being out in the field. And then later we see her, I think in episode 4, or no, not episode 4. Which one is it? Oh yeah, in the Rule of 3, she's researching monsters and magic creatures, so she has the information for later. And like that craving information and crafting of plans, but then like treating like Jake, Ezekiel, and Cassie as soldiers on instinct.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty neurodivergent trait. Which is kind of cool seeing that like spectrum of how it presents in different people too. Yeah. Continuing on, I also really loved how you see the relationship between Eve and Flynn. Because Eve's basically like you're a pain in my ass, but you're my pain in the ass. And I'll be damned if anyone hurts you. Which I just love that. And so I'm not gonna lie, when I first watched the Librarians, I kind of thought that Jake was going to be like Elliot. Sorry. Because that's my big thing is like especially when I started watching Almost Paradise, I was worried that they were going to make Alex Walker a lot like Elliot Spencer, but they didn't. Like Jake, he can't fight, and Jake's a kind of bit more boyish than Elliot is, but he also has but he has he's has the same level of loyalty, but it's like how they even act is different. Like Elliot's more gruff, brooding. Jake's more boyish and outgoing, and finds everything, analyzes everything, and just more outgoing. While Alex is more hyper, calm in the chaos, and analytical. So I do like that they distinguish that. Really? Yeah. Yeah, I love how I like how they somehow managed to do that though with the same actor, but yet somehow they make all three characters different from one another. And also, though, to be fair, something I've kind of noticed is if you were to look at Christian Kane's filmography, because usually in a movie, if he's in like a romance movie or anything like that, or even as Elliot and Jake, even, or maybe not necessarily, yeah, Jake too, but and other like older stuff that Christian Kane has done. He seems to be paired up like and with like women of color or badasses.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I look in what was it? I want to say in Love Story. He was paired up with a woman of color, and was it? I'm trying to think. Well, Angel. In Angel, was he paired? I'm gonna
No.
assume no. Okay.
No.
Okay. I thought so, cause fuck Josh Whedon, but let's see. Leverage. He was paired up with Mikkel, who is Israeli, and it's kind of a mix between like whichever girl he went with. But then in here, he was kind of paired up with Lamia, another woman of color. And then in Leverage Redemption, Maria Shipp, another woman of color. So I like that. And I appreciate a good mix.
Yeah,
Appreciate a good mix
same.
of love interests. I mean, I guess you could kind of count Hardison if that's what you ship. But
I'm OT3 all the way, but
Oh,
you
me
can't go
too.
wrong with you can't go wrong with Hardison and Elliot.
Oh.
There.
Mhm. Yeah. Right. So I'm gonna point out that Flynn and Harry Wilson could easily be related.
They probably are.
We probably are. No one notices. No one noticed.
Mostly, it's just because of how go with the flow they are, and how excited they are, at how they process the world. Harry was literally just kidnapped in the middle of a heist. It was having the time of his life. It was like, oh, this sounds fun. Let's go rob an evil rich dude. And just stayed. And that's kind of how Flynn is. It's like, oh, this is good, fun adventure. This is fun. Kind of thing. Also, I'm convinced that the stone triplet theory, or the stone triplet headcanon. Have you heard of that, Katie?
I don't think so.
It's basically that Jake Stone, Elliot Spencer, and Alex Walker are triplets.
Oh, that'd be. Oh man.
I'm currently working on a fic that involves that. And it's my OC Natasha meeting them for the first time, and she's like, "What the hell, Elliot?"
I actually read something similar to that, but instead it was based off of Teen Wolf a little bit, so it was basically based off of a character called Theo. And basically it was him and then his other characters from other shows. So it was his character from All American and then his character from Pretty Little Liars, and they were all triplets. So I've read something similar to that, but
all I'm saying is it is extremely possible for Dean Devlin to confirm or to make canon the stone triplets, because the only one we know is Jake's father being Isaac Stone. And I may cry during that episode too.
But, I definitely will cry, just fair warning.
Yes.
Or I might get teary-eyed.
Yes. But so how I think it could work, that Elliot, Jake, and Alex could be triplets, without them and being in so different parts of the world, is Jake's mother had triplets. Because you don't know anything about Elliot or Alex's parents, really. Just that he was basically abandoned and was raised by his uncle. So all I'm saying is it's possible that Jake's mother had triplets. And because Isaac didn't want to care for 3 sons, they dropped both sons off at the hospital where Elliot's adopted mother worked. And because she couldn't care for twins, because as far as she knew, it was just twins. She only took in Elliot, and then Uncle Danny, either someone else or Uncle Danny, took in Alex.
I'm getting immersed in this already.
I'm saying it could work.
I'm already intrigued.
It could work with what they have established in canon. That could work.
Okay,
given the crossover of artifacts.
This is giving me
It could be.
ideas for the kind of a variation of the stone triplet theory, but where they're cousins. And my girl Natasha meets said cousins for the first time, and it's like, what the hell, babe? And she goes to elbow him, and he's like, don't you fucking dare. And she goes, I wasn't gonna try anything. And she just tries to walk off, and he's like, get your ass back here. And she's like, make me. And they look. Alex looks at Elliot, and then back at Natasha, and back at
See,
Elliot.
for
Like,
some
what
reason,
the
I feel
hell
like
is going on?
I feel like there's two ways you can go.
And then
Like,
Parker shows up and goes, "There's three of them. What the hell?"
yeah, there's two different ways it could go. You can go the one way where it's like, oh, there is three of you. Oh, hell no.
There's
But then there's
three
the
of you.
other.
How?
Then there's the
What?
freaking Captain Jack Harkness way, where it's like, you don't want to know what's going across, what like you don't want to know what I was thinking just now. But like three doctors.
The day of the doctor. In my head would be like, and my character would probably respond and be like, Jack, no, just no, just shut your mouth.
Or just the
Oh,
idea of like,
No way.
what?
I went for Halloween. I went as Captain Jack Harkness 1 year for Halloween. I had princess fingers and everything. I got a shit ton of candy.
Just imagine though, just Kara meeting Jake and Alex.
Oh man.
Lord.
Because look, it's either gonna go, oh hell, now there's three of you I gotta deal with. Or
what the hell?
I'm thinking unholy thoughts right now.
Or like Maya's meeting like two other versions of her own
Nope,
self.
I'm not gonna say what just popped into my brain.
I think I can figure it out.
Or like Maya was seen meeting like multiple different versions of herself. Like, oh shit, the shit's about to go down.
Or just like have Kara and Elliot, or have Kara meet Ava and meet my Elmas Paradise OC Ev, and then the boys are looking at their women and being like, did we seriously just decide to get with the same woman?
Or like,
because they're all three similarly coded, so it was like, well, we obviously have a type.
or like all three.
I had to say it.
Relax.
Wait, what? I missed it. I don't think I remember.
Those are her
Check this.
brother-in-law.
Oh shit! Good thing I wasn't drinking anything. I would spit out my bye. But like, oh man, I can
I
even
have
just
a dirty
imagine.
mind, okay?
I literally could just imagine like Elliot and Jake meeting each other, and then more or less just then looking at their daughters and being like, "Oh shit, two of the same girl, but one's smart and one's a badass. Wears beanie hats and biker shirts and leather jackets."
Exactly.
And I'll be like, "Oh shit, okay."
That actually, okay. Yeah, that kind of happened.
Either way too, because you could play it either as like Elliot suspected that he had like twin siblings or like triplet siblings.
Mm-hmm.
Or would it be twin siblings or triplet siblings?
Triplets.
Triplet siblings.
Like he was like one of like triplets.
Like he's one of three triplets. Like you could either play that angle where he knew, or where he suspected at least, or you can play where he has absolutely no idea, and Harson's like facial recognition system is just going crazy, popping up all these faces, and then he pulls up the picture and it looks like Elliot, but they have different hairstyles. But he's looking at Elliot, and like Elliot's hair has been the same, but the dude in the photo has a freaking mohawk or short, fluffy hair.
Fluffy hair.
And and or if like it's the same, like two different photos, one's a Jake, one's Alex, and Harson's just like an Elliot, and they're looking at the two photos. Harson's like, are you a triplet? It's like that's the only explanation for this, unless like somehow cloning was invented.
And then
But
Harrison will
and
go on the
Alex is
tangent of
for
like the possibility
Elliot.
of cloning being invented.
And Elliot's like, no.
But yeah,
like my
in
dad never told
my
me I was a triplet.
yeah, in one of my rough drafts for it's like they're cousins, but they're like they look similar. Natasha did like a DNA testing thing for Elliot for his birthday one year, and it pops up 2 different matches, 25%. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And he looks up the names, and then boom, boom, and he's like,
Shows
"XDE
a
agent,
picture.
what the fuck?" Yeah, it's like XDE agent, what the fuck? Librarian, what the fuck? And he looks at the photos, he's like, "That's like me." And Natasha goes like, "Yeah, babe, that's you." Call them, and they call both guys, and they meet at the fucking brew pub. Hardison walks in and sees the 3 of them staring at each other. With
And it's like the
Natasha.
Spider-Man meme.
It's like the Spider-Man meme.
Yes. Except they're going like this.
Like who's gonna say it?
What the fuck?
Like who's gonna point out? Who's gonna point out the bright pink Argyle elephant in the room? Then they're
And
all
she goes-
collectively going, "Not it."
Oh,
Yeah, and she
man.
goes,
This is
"There's-
sparking too many ideas for me.
yeah, and it's
Too
and
many
then
ideas. Mostly they're all based off
and
my own
to go.
eating each other, and I'm like, oh shit. 4 of them all look alike. 5 of them actually
This
all
is
look
fucking-
alike.
This
I'm
is
like,
fucking
oh,
hilarious.
okay.
I can picture my girl Natasha going, this is too fucking creepy even for me." And then Alex's girlfriend walks in, who looks just like Natasha but a little bit different, and just goes, "Ah, shit." He just walks off.
Oh man. I
So
can
it's
literally,
either
I can
like,
imagine all my
what the
OCs meeting,
hell,
and it would just be like,
or
oh shit. 2 of them are gonna probably commit arson. The other 2 are probably gonna have a party, and then the other
Somebody gave me fire.
like the 3 of them are probably gonna go commit arson, and the other 2 are gonna probably have a party. That's how
Yes.
it's gonna work. 2 of them are gonna have a party, 5 and the other 3 are gonna commit arson.
I was seriously though, like I think
It's
that
called
would still
Parker.
be
Crime is
freaking
fun.
hilarious. Yes.
Yeah.
And imagine though, see, I could see Flynn and Harry being either like, well, they could either go the route of like twin brothers, or like cousins, or something like that.
I could see cousins. That'd be funny.
So okay, so here's how my ideal leverage redemption season 3 Stone Triplet episode would go. So we start off the episode with like how a normal leverage episode, or you think it's how a normal leverage episode would start, with the cold open. But then there's like the magic element from whatever, like maybe it's the artifact. It's an artifact. So you're watching it and the audience is going, wait a second. This is leverage. This isn't librarians. This is leverage. But then there's like the grittiness of the cold open from Almost Paradise. So then the audience is thinking, wait, this isn't, like, what is going on right now? And it would be funny if for like the title, like you have like a combination of the three openings, like the leverage theme. Like maybe it's the leverage theme in the background with the Librarians episode title with the Almost Paradise style opening. And that's the hint that, like, oh, we're crossing over here.
And then just the light bulb,
Yeah.
like the Gru light bulb gif.
And you get the episode from the three different points. Like, so it's kind of like an A plot, B plot, and a C plot. And like halfway through the episode, it's almost like you're waiting for the inevitability of the plots to intersect. To make it easier, it's just Flynn and Jake. Like it's Flynn and Jake investigating an artifact. Alex,
Like that.
it doesn't matter where it's set. Alex, or I guess it would kind of, I guess Philippines would work. Alex is investigating because Kai and Ernesto are involved. So he's using his brain. But it's like each of them have a piece missing to the puzzle that they can't figure it out. So like Jake and Flynn are working the magic angle, tracking the artifact. Alex, Kai, and Ernesto are looking at it from a crime perspective of who committed the crime. Meanwhile, Elliot, maybe it could just be Elliot solo, or it could be like Elliot, Harry. At least Elliot and Harry. You could have Parker, Brianna, and Sophie. I'm only suggesting minimalization because I understand it's hard to put multiple people, a big group, in the scene. So, like, just have Flynn and Jake, Alex, Kai, and Ernesto, and Elliot and Harry, and maybe Brianna or Parker. Somewhere along those lines. And meanwhile, they're investigating the bigger conspiracy of an unrelated case that happens to be like a company the guy who sold the artifact works for. But each of them is missing a piece of the puzzle. No, like there's one piece missing that just the puzzle doesn't make sense. But it's like they each have the piece to the other person's puzzle. So then somewhere along the way, either by happen chance, they all happen to go to the same building at the same time. They see each other. And it is kind of like the Spider-Man meme where it's like, there's 3 of you. And there's 2 of you. And so they all come together. Because then obviously they're going to want to figure out like what the hell's going on here. And so there you get the B plot where they'll have to sort of combine their knowledge to solve the plot. And it would also be interesting if they use the fact that there's like duplicates as part of the con. It's kind of like having like, I'm trying to think of how best to describe it. It's like having oh crap, I lost the metaphor. Damn it. What am I? Oh crap! Why did I lose the metaphor? Why did I lose the metaphor? It's like when they do a switch, you have a duplicate of the object. Like whether it's a briefcase, you have a duplicate of the briefcase, and you switch it out. I would love to see them do that. but with Harry and Flynn, or Jake, Alex, and Elliot. Because I think that would be pretty clever. So yeah, that's my ideal Stone Triplet episode. I mean, it'd be clever.
Yeah.
All right, my last note. I actually kind of liked the cliffhanger ending for the first episode. Because I remember after I watched it, I was like, oh, I got to see what happens next.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. And I kind of also enjoy that, like, the show is a little bit goofy and a little bit silly and,
Yeah.
you know, lighthearted.
I love it.
Fun. And, yeah. I love it too. I just love that format. Right. So, okay, that was the last of my notes. Lex, do you have any last notes?
Nope.
Any thoughts?
I just really love this, and I like how I've got, I think maybe I have one of the books. I had one of the books of from the Librarians.
I
with-
didn't know
with
they
the
had
book.
books.
Yeah, and it was in the Pot of Gold, and it was the Leprechaun book. I got it for $5 at the Dollar Tree.
Oh my god.
And it's kind of like you know how the supernatural books are like between seasons? It's kind of like that. It's between episodes.
Yes.
This one was between episode, I think, 4 and 5. And it was freaking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Because I read a supernatural book where it was, I forget what the name of the book was, but like it was a choose your own adventure. But they used the idea of the fact that it was a choose your own adventure as part of the narrative. It's like there were moments where like the boys were getting a sense of deja vu. And then at the end it's like Janus, who is like Roman god. Janus, just like the Roman god
Yeah,
of
it's
like time.
in the Pot of Gold. This is the book that I had.
Nice.
It's freaking funny as crap. Best like $5 I ever spent.
Personally, I enjoy a good fanfic.
Same.
Same here.
Some of the fanfic I've read is like,
Oh my god. I mean, I haven't read much Librarians ones, but I've
I
read
haven't.
quite a lot Leverage, and honestly, I have to say my favorite is Android's Dream. It's my favorite one on AO3.
The Leverage fic, 10 Prides in Portland, will always have a special place for me because that was one of the first Leverage fics I read.
Mine was, I think it was yours, Kaylee. That was my first actual like official Leverage fic. Was the Hitter's Girl.
The Hitter's Girl, yeah.
Yeah. And then I stumbled down the rabbit hole and I decided, you know what, screw it, I'm gonna make my own. And then it led into Supernatural, and then there was a crossover between Supernatural and Librarians, and I'm like, oh, yes, idea.
Yeah, and then like once like Christian King guest starred on Supernatural, there was like the crossover between Leverage and Supernatural.
I think the only Librarians fanfic like I've actually ever written myself was just the one shot that I did in my collection that like takes place after the tethering ceremony. But like I literally inspired that entire fic based off of a quote. Like I didn't even use a song. Like most of my songs in that collection, like most of the fics were based off songs, and then I occasionally will include a quote here and there. But this was the first one I ever written based off just that quote alone, and I'm like,
yeah, I did read it.
Damn, I just hit deep.
Mm-hmm.
I want to write more for Jake and Ezekiel because like I find them adorable together.
So my favorite fics are by. They go by the Ranty Geek.
Oh my gosh, yes.
They have some amazing Jake fics.
It's crazy.
They do. I love them. I
there-
just read the one they posted today
There
where
was
it was
one,
like a soulmate one.
It's one that I'm kind of working on. It's a well-respected man, but it's kind of a crossover between Supernatural and the Librarians, and my girl is with Sam, but two guys start flirting with her from the Librarians, and I want you to guess which two. Just guess. I ain't saying.
On the Librarians. Which two librarians are crossing over to Supernatural?
Yeah, to my fic, and they're flirting with my girl, my character.
Jake and Ezekiel.
Mm-mm.
Jake
Close.
and Flynn? Oh, damn.
And she turns down Flynn. She's like, I'm already taken. And she looks over at Sam and winks. And Sam just goes, like, oh, hell no.
I can see Sam
Yep.
doing. Sam would just be like,
I mean, personally,
Okay.
I would have rather gone
And
with
then
Flynn.
and then you know what
and
Jake
Sam.
does? Come on.
Jake was so good. Jake was
He
so
gets so
good.
mad. He gets so mad. It's so funny.
Jake would literally be like, "You guys don't appreciate art," kind of like that, and be like, just storm out.
Yeah, and he's like, eh, and then he comes back in and goes, and another thing.
Yes.
And then, okay, and to make that moment even funnier, Dean walks in with food, and then my girl gets up and runs right to Dean and is like, give me my tacos. Give me him. And he's like, fine, here. And she just grabs him like that and basically claws his hand to get to the food and runs back to Sam. And Sam's just sitting there laughing his ass off.
And then,
And then
Jake's like,
and then Jake's just like, what the hell did we just witness?
Oh my god, this has gotten out of hand.
As it always does.
A rabbit hole of Harry and Elliot.
The hell? Do I even want to know? Hell no. Nope.
the fuck? Let me just grabbing my vocab card.
The fuck?
I literally made a vocab card.
I love it. And also Elliot and Quinn. I did that rabbit hole. Yeah, I actually haven't. The only like librarians fics I've read, I've been like Jake and OC's. But yeah.
Oh my god, I completely forgot to mention, but like I actually took them singing Two Old Boys and made it my ringtone. So anytime my phone rings, I just hear them saying two good old boys behind the wheel.
Chasing down bad guys in no shield. No.
The fact that Christian was like, I think it's now like a ringtone, and I'm like, I looked it up and I saved it, and I'm like,
I made it a ringtone. Just be like, so randomly, it will be blasting in my headphones when my dad calls, and I'll be like, damn, why is it so loud?
Like, I don't get ringtones. But it would honestly probably be Two Good Old Boys.
Mm-hmm.
Behind the wheel, chasing down bad guys and Lucille.
Mm-hmm. Two good old boys.
This was mine.
Down bad guys in
What?
Lucille.
I heard the Doctor Who theme.
Yep, and then this. NCIS theme song.
Oh. Yeah, I don't have
I have
any.
the Bones theme one as well. Because, like, why not?
Mm.
Honestly, I
I've
feel
never-
like I should just switch it back to that. Because, like, at least it won't be loud screaming in my ear. Two good old boys blasting in my headphones.
Oh,
And
it's
then-
funny. It's all on the radio, and you don't know why, but you just start to cry.
My alarm
Or you're
clock.
driving around on a sunny day, and out of nowhere comes the pouring rain, and a memory hits you right out of the blue. That's just me thinking. Honestly, if I had to pick a ringtone, it'd honestly probably be what on where's it at? Fuck it. Next to another one night siren. Metal frame is up to right. I'm feeling like when I know. There's no to stage in the lights. Alright, but down there's all her name. Oh man, the whole damn place ignites. And if you ain't a 5 touchdown.
I love the song. I should know what you bring my show. And if the money's there, man, she will know just what to do. She come around now playing the downtown and hitting the house and making it move. I said, lonely song off for kicking the dog and everything she do, we should do for you. Here she come again with a flash in the wheel in the fire she traded for. Okay. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay. We should probably get back. Okay. Katie, did you have any final notes on this episode?
Not really. I mean, not only the fact that like I did watch it recently, so it's still kind of fresh in my mind because we kind of got my aunt hooked on it. So just a little bit. So like she got up to episode probably after the house that I don't know.
The and the Heart of Darkness.
That house always scares the hell. I think we got up to the part where the lights, so like that, you know, a little civilization that's like kind of trapped. That one.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we got up to that episode. We never started it, but we got up to that point. So like, I don't know if we're gonna continue again, but then like a lot of things just happened in between, and we never really got a chance to continue watching with her. So, but honestly, like every time I watch this episode, I just like it just feels like the origin story, and I'm like,
Right, so I managed to find my live reactions to this episode. So first, I was like, when Flynn came out, I was like, oh, Flynn. And it was like, this is already amazing. Because I was like dying. And I was like looking at like, yeah. It was like, oh, geez.
I found it.
Fishing down bad guys and lose you.
Damn.
There was like, they never count the bullets. I was like, uh-oh. Oh, damn, wasn't expecting the body. It was like, that's what my room looks like. Because that was when I was moving. So, like, my room was basically bare. And I was like, not even beer? When Eve opened up her fridge and it was just a water bottle. I was like, It's not even beer? Joe's like, I love the letter. It's like, I'm already loving Eve. Always check the contract. And it's the warehouse. It was like, that's literally the same camera shot. Oh, Flynn, you disaster. Yeah, it was like, yeah, you do. Love that. I was like, well, fuck you too, Flynn. So, for some reason, I kept calling Judson Jensen.
Yeah, I heard that.
For some reason, I thought his name was Jensen.
Yeah, that's what
But
I
it's
thought too.
Judson.
For the longest time, I thought it was Jensen too.
Wow. Flynn's kind of pissy. Oh, Flynn, you are such a disaster. Ooh. Coincidence? I think not. Uh-oh. Oh, Flynn.
Incredibles reference.
That's Cassandra. ER. I like her. Damn. She has power? Is she autistic? I feel like she is. So is Flynn. So, hacker. Is that the dagger of Abu Dhabi? Oh, love a man with an accent. Amateur. Oh. God damn it, Jake. Fucking Oklahoma making me simp for a cowboy again. Oh, Jake, don't do it. That's a demon. Don't do it. That's a demon. Don't. Oh, cowboy. God damn. God damn it. I don't know which one I'm simping for more. Damn. Yep, I'm in love. Oh, Jake. A damn sword? Ninjas? Oh, my God. Not the hat. Wait. Isn't Duke's a real bar? Oh, he's hot and smart. And they still don't know how to dress CK. Oh, Cass. Yeah, family business. What? They're back? Of course he knew. Thief. That's why Eve's the guardian. Flynn. All right, I see the appeal of Jake now. What? Hey! Children. Why am I kind of turned on by this? Oh, she's a badass. Hey, don't forget Eve. Kicking ass. Yep, I see the family dynamic already. Oh, Cass. Oh, Jake. See, that's so hard, Flynn. All right, now I can see the OG3 of Jake, Ezekiel, and Cass. And I can see Flynn's attraction to Eve. Uh-oh. Oh, that's cool. Shush, Flynn. Aw, that was cute. So Jake's a smart-ass dumbass. You know what? That's not that weird. Damn, Eve. I did too, Eve. Yeah, Flynn. It's gonna blow, ain't it? Yep. Hey, uh-oh. What? Cal! Oh my god, Jake! He's got golden retriever energy. Yes! Oh no! Golden retriever energy! Flynn! No! Flynn! Jake kicked their asses! No! You serious? That's how the pilot ended?
The golden retriever energy one got me.
No, but seriously, like, this is what it's like. Oh, this is cute. You know, I like this. You know, oh, sweet.
Yeah.
But then it got to like when Cassie was revealed that like she betrayed him. It's like, Cass, oh no, I liked her. Flynn, no, Flynn. It's just all caps of rage.
Oh my god, I honestly did the same with like Supernatural. I had an entire running note doc of like certain episodes, and I'm like, for once, Cass is a woman.
So,
And I'm like,
if they had
oh,
casted
no,
a female to play Castiel,
and it was just a running note doc of just like Supernatural notes that I pinpointed from certain episodes that I was watching, and I'm like, when it got to that episode, it was like, Cass is a woman.
so yeah, that was my live reaction to when I first watched. Now, keep in mind, I was sitting in a recliner of my old house. I was watching it. No, I was watching it. No, I was actually watching it on my computer in my room. What? Are you picking ringtones?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So now that my live reactions are done, do you have
Damn
any
it.
more?
Fucking train.
Do you have any more thoughts?
Honestly, I mean, being that I was so young when I watched the show, a lot of like just the like any of kind of reaction is kind of blurred because I was literally like 8 years old.
So
But I
reviewing
mean, I
this
can
through the
try to
lens
think,
of today.
yeah, honestly, I was just like, I think I was just in awe of just how cool the show was that I was
Mhm.
like, I had like no words.
Yeah, I remember laughing the whole time, and it was like I thoroughly enjoyed myself. But I remember watching the cliffhanger. I was like, "What? Like that's how it ends?" I was like, "I gotta watch season one episode too." And then I ended up binging some of the first episodes, and then that's when I had to leave for that party. And I was also having to like pack my bag and that, or pack my stuff up because I was getting ready to move. So yeah. All right. If we don't have any more notes, I guess I'll start the outro then. So I'd like to thank our parent company, napco.org. You can, our electrical consultant, Swiss Space Systems. You could support the podcast by buying a copy on Ko-Fi, which is films and fandoms. You could go on my website, kayleecentalacting.com. You can follow me on Twitter at MissMovieFan_67. You can follow me on TikTok at MovieFan_67. You can follow Alex on Instagram at Alex the Alley Cat. And same on Twitter without the underscore and TikTok. And you can follow Katie on TikTok at Katie Conchiat. How do you say that?
Kondarachi. It's honestly the hardest name. A lot of people butcher it, but it's okay.
Kondarachi. Okay, Instagrams. Your Instagrams are Katie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kondarachi.
Mm-hmm.
And Multifandom Fan 11. And you could do our sister podcast at facebook.com/AFC East, NAPCO. And facebook.com/group/AFC East. And facebook.com/MyVideoWorks. The movement one. Are you all librarians? I'm the librarian.
Maybe. Who's asking?
The movement one.
I know I can read, Kaylee. Thank you very much, but I was implying that they might be part of the Serpent Brotherhood.
No comment.
I mean, I feel like I would prefer like the more research element of librarianism.
Yeah. I'm more the
It's
scientific, logical one.
It's fun. I'm more of like the sci-fi fantasy type person. It's like, but with a little bit of nerdy geek knowledge thrown in.
Yeah. Actually, sci-fi was the first genre I got into. So.
Yeah, same.
So.
Mine was fantasy and like fairies and all that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so.
And then crime fiction. And it's still crime fiction.
Crime fiction.
All right, so the next time. So all right, anyone have any final thoughts? Final words?
I really loved this. This was so much fun.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. So next time we are going to, or next episode, we're going to be talking Leverage season, or me and Alex Lace are going to be talking Leverage. Season 1, episode 13. It's 13, ain't it? Is
I
it
think so, yeah.
Yeah, 13. The second David job, aka the season 1 finale of Leverage. And then we'll be back with the Librarians as we talk season 1, episode 2, and the Sword and the Stone. So, as always, but before we end the stream, since today, Keep On Ramblin' came out, Lex has requested that we play
My favorite song off the album.
Running every light that came upon them. They headed toward the place where he'd be born.
I've actually never seen this, so
All the names that came before him. Destined for a life of being told. So with everything inside, he stared out to the light and held his hands against the walls of time. He barely opened eyes and yelled out, "Oh, you may want me, I ain't ready to go." Running every light that came upon them. Bruise and cheap tattoos along the way.
okay. Now, how is that fair?
That's cute.
How is that fair?
Some would say,
God damn it!
with everything inside, he stared unto the night and roared, "We are to live forever, never be told time, and even though
Oh my god,
they may not want me."
I'm hungry.
Same.
Jensen, you're deep.
Running every life that came upon them. He proved his love with the pedal down to the floor. Proved his love with the pedal down to the floor. And though she knew he was a wanted man, and always dreamed of having more. And with everything inside, he looked into her eyes and then he swore that it would all work out. Till the end of time, he promised, "Oh, you may not want me, I ain't
Ready to go.
That's cute.
That's it.
What a goofball.
Oh,
Lord. Where's the dead?
And they're drinking.
no, of course they are.
I'm holding a baseball bat. Nope. Don't break anything.
Same.
every life came upon them.
Dad.
Never seen it coming.
Is that the volume 2 hat?
Yep.
Facing the names that came before him. Deep within the darkness where he often hid. With everything inside, he stared up to the sky and searched for any sign of heaven. With a teardrop in
It's like you need a lighter and just going like,
"Ooh, you may want me.
And did you seriously get the flashlight out?
Yep.
Oh my god.
neck flashlight.
Apple juice.
Fancy apple juice. He just gets up and walks off. He's like, damn it.
Hey,
Cheater!
We saw it.
Jetson.
We saw it.
That's a Dean move right there. That was a Dean move right
Major
there.
Dean move.
Jetson. How dare you? Okay.
Thank you. That made me so happy.
You're welcome. Because originally I was going to play. Wait, should I do Oklahoma State of Mind?
Why the hell not? Go ahead.
Why the fuck not? Shit. Sorry, I have my bag of chocolate covered pretzels. Hang on.
Oh no.
Alright, so that was. Shit. State of Mind. Alright, so. Should I?
Do
Do
it.
you want me to do the Elliot edit?
Do it. Do it.
Shit. I'm. Hold your horses. So this is originally what I had picked. And so, all right, one last song and then we're going to end it. Of course, you got to end. I figured go along with the theme of Jake, Oklahoma. You know.
Oh, damn.
Oh, there's danciness right there.
Body slam. Oh, damn.
Okay. That was sexy.
Oh, shit.
Cannibal Bass.
Can your dog do that?
Did dog do that? What's up?
Oh, damn.
Coal miner, Elliot. No long day to mine. Oh.
Spinny thing. Favorite one right there.
Why don't you destroy the drum set, though?
It's fun.
Oh, looks sweet. Oh, okay.
Crowbar.
No crowbar. New Costa Rica punch for sword. Yeah, Bojo. That's it. Fucking Oklahoma. Alright. Yeah. Oh, Alley Cat. Alright. Any other final thoughts?
Nope. My brain is
Alright.
completely fried.
Okay. Okay. So, see y'all. Thanks for joining. We'll see y'all